Hello, my name is Blake Butler, and today I'll be reading you a book I wrote called Curse of the Golden Ape. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 1. Africa? Asked Mary in a concerned tone. Africa, replied Zane in an ominous voice while spreading his arms out as if he had a map, and as if the faraway continent had been suspended in the air in front of him. Aren't there Nazis in Africa? Asked Mary. Xander, still excited about the news, looked at her and said laughingly, "The war is over, Mary. There are no more Nazis. They were driven out of Africa a long time ago. Besides, that was North Africa." Mary's cause for concern had come from a few years earlier. In the 1920s, Xander Terra was one of New York's finest historians, archaeologists, and anthropologists. He should have become a professor. However, his passion had always been about the adventure of work in the field. To be there firsthand when the discoveries were made is what fascinated him most in life. After the crash of 29, there really wasn't much work for an anthropologist historian in the United States. Besides, nobody was willing to pay for history, mostly because there was no money. So he relocated to Egypt, where all the action was. In Egypt, there was plenty of work to go around. It was like a new discovery to be made there every day. Towards the end of the 1930s, most of the excavation was taken over by Nazi Germany. Xander had to flee North Africa and the war and had to come to New York City. That's where he landed a job as a historian at a museum investigating artifacts for authenticity. It was here at the History Museum where Xander got his big break. "They're going to pay me $10,000 just to go there and make sure it's real and bring it back to the museum. It's a no-brainer. $10,000 just to travel a week in the Congo, and I could bring you and Junior, all expenses paid. What do you say?" Mary could hear the excitement in Xander's voice trembling. She did not want to disappoint her husband, but traveling to Africa would be a big decision for them to make, especially for people of their circumstances. But for every obstacle Mary questioned, Xander had an answer. "What about Junior in school?" Mary asked. "Well, he'll only be out of the country for a week. Junior starts middle school next month. Just think of the stories he'll be able to tell the other children about the adventure in Africa over the summer," Xander explained. Mary then asked, "Well, what about my job?" Xander cleverly said, "Well, you're going on leave soon anyway, so why not start just before the trip?" "Not that soon," she replied. "And the big question, do you really think I'm in any shape to be flying in my condition?" she asked in a playful voice of sarcasm with one hand over her belly. As it turns out, a few months before the museum gave Xander the news about the job in Africa, Mrs. Terra got some news of her own. Xander Jr. always said he wanted a little brother or sister, and the last couple of months since they got the news from the doctor, Junior had been rubbing his mother's belly every chance he got, bragging about how he was going to be the best big brother in the world. Needless to say, the entire family was very excited to hear that Mary Terra was having another baby. "It's a good time," they all said, "especially now that the war is over and the crash is long behind us. Let's make some people to rebuild this country." "Well, you're only 4 months along," Xander explained, still trying to contain his excitement. "It'll be good for us to travel a bit before the baby comes, and we're all locked in the nest for a couple more years." This was not only starting to sound good to Mary, but even sound appealing. Mary remembered when Junior was first born. Besides not sleeping for almost a whole year, she felt like she hadn't seen the light of day either. She could feel herself giving in to Xander's excitement. "What exactly is it you're going to examine?" Mary asked. Xander explained. "It's an artifact that's extremely infamous throughout the history of Central Africa. And the Bantu tribes, it's revered to as a god. And the tribes in the area have waged war over it for much longer than the region's recorded history. They say it might be 500 to 800 years old, but the tribes say it's their ancient ancestors called it the ancient angel, man's curse of death for greed." Mary's face became visibly worried, but also intrigued. Xander told her the Bantu mythology behind the ancient prized possession of the African tribes. It's said that no man can look into the eyes of the statue without being seduced by its influence, and all who have tried have lost their soul to its own greed of its beauty. The Europeans alone in the last 150 years have recorded over 200 battles fought between the tribes, and thousands have died trying to obtain the statue. Mary's face went pale with disbelief and asked, "Well, what makes it so special?" Xander, leaning back in his chair, said, "Well, the fact that it's made of solid gold might be one reason, or its eyes of rubies, or the medallion it wears with a mysterious black gemstone like a charm that some say might be a meteorite or some type of volcanic glass like obsidian. It's like the Bantu Ark of the Covenant in a way." Mary was very impressed by the materials that this artifact was allegedly made of. "But here's the real kicker," Xander said. "It's said to be making a scepter with an 80-carat diamond on the end." Mary was baffled. 80 carats, she exclaimed. 80 carats, he confirmed. "Well, now I see what all the fuss is about," Mary said with great sarcasm. They both had quite a laugh, and Xander agreed. "I think I do too." The next morning, Xander Jr. was getting ready for Sunday school, and he was not all happy about getting up early for church. "It's called summer vacation, Dad." "Why do I still have to go to school?" Junior asked, trying to get his tie tied just right with extreme difficulty. "Because the Lord doesn't take vacations, son, and neither does the devil," his dad said while fixing the young man's tie for him. "Yes, he does. It's called the Sabbath, Dad." "I think he'd be sick of it. God works all week and he takes one day off and we all go to his house and sing songs and talk about the guy that he threw out of heaven for messing up our lives," Junior remarked. "Is that the way of it?" Xander asked his son. "Sounds about right, doesn't it, Dad?" Junior asked. "Of course it does," Xander said as he stopped and he looked at his son. "Say, Junior, you're looking pretty good today. You might be the best looking guy in church," Xander said with a proud tone. Junior looked at his father happily and said, "Thanks, Dad," having a vain moment in the mirror to see what his father's describing. "I mean, you look like a stallion today, son. You must have worked really hard on making that suit look good." As Junior, with his eyes still locked in the mirror, agreed, "Yes, Father, I worked extra hard to look this good today." Xander looked at his son. "Well, it worked. All that hard work you did paid off and you look great." Xander, still stuck on himself in the mirror, said, "Gee whiz, Dad. Now I feel good. Let's go to church." Xander stopped and smacked himself on the forehead and said, "Oh, wait, Junior. It's the Sabbath." Junior looked puzzled and said, "So?" His dad said, "I should not be praising you like this, it being the Sabbath and all. No more of that. It could be seen as work." Junior looked strangely at his father and said, "Compliments aren't work, Father. Besides, I really tried hard to look good. And because you told me I did, it was all worth it. I really liked it when you told me that my efforts were all worth the hassle." Xander, looking at his son with a smile, and said, "So does God, and that's why we go sing praise to him. So he knows that it's all worth the hassle of dealing with all of us sinners. Now go praise the Lord, son." Junior could never see when his father was teaching him a lesson until it was over. He looked at his father happily and said, "Tricky, Dad, but I get it," as they both joined Mary and made their way to church. After listening to a long sermon at church on the 10 Commandments, Xander and Mary decided to take Junior out for brunch and break the news about their upcoming trip to Africa. "What's covet mean?" asked Junior. Today I understood all nine commandments, but that one, what does it mean to covet? Xander laughed and answered, "To covet is to see what others have and to want it for yourself." Junior had a confused look on his face. "Like stealing?" "Not quite, son. You see, it's more like wanting. That's what leads us most of us to the really bad sins like stealing or even killing. In life, you can't compare yourself to others or you'll never be happy," Xander replied. Mary looked at her son with soft eyes and said, "For example, do you remember last Christmas when our neighbor Jack bought his little boy Leroy that brand new bike and all we could afford you was that jacket for the year?" Junior said, "Yes, I really enjoyed my jacket. But then when I saw Leroy with his bike, I wanted one so bad." Mary said laughingly, "I'm sure all the kids would love a nice bike like that. But your jacket kept you warm all winter, didn't it?" Junior looked at his mother and replied, "I guess it did. So if I didn't have the jacket, I would have been too cold to ride the bike." "See, he gets it," Xander said. "You see, son, never compare yourself in life to anyone else or you'll never be happy. Because the true secret to happiness is having only what you need. The only time God wants us to look at other people's lives is to make sure that they have enough. Junior looked at his parents and said, "That's a great way to look at it. God's a pretty smart guy." As his parents laughed together and his dad agreed, "Well, that's what they say." The Terra family ordered a large, expensive breakfast. As little Junior saw all the food arriving, his mouth began to water. "So what's the special occasion?" "Well, how'd you know it was a special occasion?" asked Mary. "Well, this is a very expensive brunch, Mom." Zane looked over with a clever tone. "Are we rich or something?" he asked. Xander responded, "Why would you ask that?" He looked at his father and said, "Well, usually you guys make me get the cheapest meals on the menu. Today you guys ordered all the good ones. Is everything okay?" His parents looked at each other and laughed. "Well, Zane, your father and I have some pretty big news," said Mary. "Is it about the baby? Is everything okay?" asked Junior. "The baby's fine," said Mary. "The museum has a very special job for me, and it's going to pay very well. They want me to travel to Africa to study an artifact that's been recently released to the museum, and I'm taking the whole family with," Xander explained. Xander Jr. looked a bit puzzled and asked, "We're going to live in Africa?" "Not live in Africa. We're going there for about a week next month, before you go to school." "Oh, don't remind me about school. I was just starting to enjoy this whole summer vacation thing," Junior said as he buried his face into his hands. What about our end of the summer camping trip, Dad?" he asked. Xander and Junior made a camping trip every year at the end of summer, and it was then that the boys could get out of the city and Junior could learn about nature. Camping, hunting, fishing. Big Xander's father taught him how to survive in the wild, and he thought it would be a great bonding experience to teach his son as well. Junior was a nature boy since he could remember. He looked forward to the trips with his father every year. Xander looked at his son and said with a disappointing tone, "Well, it looks like we might have to cancel the trip this year, son. But I promise that going to Africa is going to be as much, if not more, of an adventure than upstate camping. We'll just think of it as camping in a different country, because where we're going, it might feel like camping anyway. Something tells me that we won't be having 5-star traveling where we're going." "So where in Africa are we going?" Junior asked, now excited. "On a safari? To the pyramids?" "No, son," Xander laughed. "The pyramids are in North Africa in Egypt, and you go on a safari in the plains in southern Africa by Cape Town. Where we're going is to the Congo, right in the middle." Junior looked at his father with wide eyes and asked, "Will we get to see lions?" "I'm afraid not, son. It's all jungle where we're going." Junior looked surprisingly at his father and said, "But, Dad, lions are the king of the jungle." Xander, smiling at his son, corrected, "That's an old myth. Lions are grassland hunters. You can't find them anywhere near the jungle." Junior looked surprisingly disappointed. "Well, what kind of animals will we see?" he asked. Xander explained, "Monkeys and apes mostly, but if you're lucky, you might even see a panther or even a tiger." "Monkeys!" Junior exclaimed. "Why didn't you say so in the first place, Dad? Maybe we can catch one and keep it as a pet." "Maybe," said Xander. "Maybe not," Mary interrupted. Xander and Junior snickered together and looked at Mary's disapproval laughingly. As she protested, "I hope this little one on the way is a girl. That way I could raise a real adult. I swear little girls grow up to be women, while you little boys just grew up to be bigger boys," she said in a classy yet sassy tone. The boys looked at each other and looked at her with serious faces like children that had done something wrong. Mary, with her chin up, turned away from the table and then back at them, and this time an even more serious look. But a smile forced itself across her face, and the three of them burst into laughter right there in the middle of the restaurant. Chapter 2. As the plane took off from New York City, the whole family was tense with excitement. Xander especially excited. He knew he wasn't getting any younger and that this might be one of his last great adventures in anthropology. This could be it. My final discovery of the lost Bantu golden ape, and my boy is here to see me in action. Xander had been telling Junior stories about his adventures in Egypt since he was an infant. Junior would always love hearing the stories his father would tell about the days when he would make new discoveries while chasing off tomb raiders, fighting thieves, and ducking the German soldiers. He would say, Sometimes it seemed like a suicide mission just for a mummy. Yes, sir. I was quite the warrior for history in those days. Junior stared out the window of the airplane, gazing in amazement at the vastness of the Atlantic Ocean. He too was thinking of the stories his father used to tell, while fantasizing about what adventures may lay waiting in the jungles of Africa for him and his family. He just knew that after he returned home and school started, that he would have the best stories out of everyone. After all, who could top traveling to another continent in search for treasure for a museum? But the Terra family had not been alone in this journey. Mickey Larson was an up-and-coming young Australian anthropologist and a historian that worked with Xander at the museum in New York. He had been partnered with Xander because of his lack of experience in the field. At 26 years young, Mickey was hungry for adventure and to make a name for himself in the same way that all men were at his age. "Decided to bring the whole clan with you, eh, mate?" Mickey said in his thick Australian accent while offering up his whiskey flask to Xander. No thanks. I haven't been drunk since Prohibition. I wasn't very good at it either. I always wound up in some kind of trouble, Xander explained. Mickey took another swig of the flask and said, "Well, I hope you don't judge me. It's just that damn turbulence. Every time those wings start flapping, I feel like I'm going to jump out of my skin." Xander laughed and said, "Yeah, flights over the Atlantic could be a bit hairy at times." "Just a bit hairy?" Mickey asked. "I feel like I'm either going to need to bring my flask or an extra set of trousers, mate." Xander gave Mickey a pat on the shoulder and said, "Well, lucky for us, you brought the flask." Mickey smiled at Xander, obviously feeling the effects of the whiskey, and said, "No worries, mate." He tilted his hat down over his eyes, leaned his head back in the chair, and went to sleep. After a couple of hours into the flight, Xander decided to check on Zane and Mary, who were in the seats a few rows up. He approached his wife and son and could hear their conversation while they were observing the map of the world. "See, we're here," said Mary, "and in 9 hours, we're going to land right there." Junior looked surprisingly disappointed and said, "But that's not Africa, Mom. Africa's way down there." Mary, in her soft, correcting voice, said, "Yes, son. That's Africa, all right, but this plane lands in England. There we catch a plane to North Africa, and then we head from there into the Congo, where the village keeps the golden monkey." Zane interrupted abruptly. "Golden ape, actually." Mary, smiling, said, "Monkeys, apes, tomatoes, tomatoes." Xander replied, "More like dolphins and whales. They're both primates, but of different species." Mary laughingly said, "You're the smart one. I'm just along for the ride." That's when Zane interrupted. "We have to sit on this plane for 9 more hours? Only to get on another plane for a bunch more hours and do that 2 more times?" "Well, son," Xander explained, "it seems like the going route to Africa these days isn't exactly a straight line." He remembered that for a kid Xander's age, a 28 hours on 4 different planes might seem like an eternity. After spending a few hours with the son and wife at their seats, Xander returned to his seat next to Mickey, who had long gone polished off that flask of whiskey. Xander had a lot of homework and catching up to do. The history of the artifact he was to identify and retrieve from the Bantu tribes was vast and long. Through this research of the golden ape statue, he found out that there had been war waged between rival tribes over the obsession of the statue. He also found it especially strange of the part of its history, the members within the tribes, most often the ones in charge of its safekeeping, run off with the statue into the jungle and live by themselves in caves, in fantasy worlds under the grips of its spell. In cases like these, when the thief is retrieved from the statue, the legends say that they go completely insane, claiming that they have to keep it safe from the world. As Xander continued reading the timeline of the mythology of the history of the curses on the people who look into the eyes of the statue, to the documented facts about it from the last 150 years or so, the information was alarming. It seems that it's just 70 years ago a thief from India had successfully stolen it from the Bantu, and it disappeared only to be found 15 years later 90 miles away from the Bantu tribe he had stolen it from, in the arms of a dead thief, clinging to the statue for dear life. The legends say that the curse comes from the eyes. For this, All guardians of the statue keep it blindfolded to protect people from being under its spell. Xander was a well-educated, God-fearing American man. These curses had no effect on his thought process about studying the statue. To him, it was just another artifact with an interesting history, built up of ancient superstition to ward off thieves who would recognize the value of the materials in which their idols were constructed. Xander had seen his share of cursed objects and artifacts throughout the years in his career. In fact, the common theme always played out the same: similarities between the curses, legends, and realities of precious idolatry in the ancient world. It was quite simple. He came to find out the scarier the legend and the more cursed the object, the more valuable the object usually turns out to be. Considering the taboos and the curses surrounding this statue and its so-called Ariat diamond, this diamond might be real. "Don't be reading too much into that homework there, mate," Mickey said in a half-sleepy, groggy voice. "If you read the legends behind that statue, you won't sleep for a week." Xander laughed while trying to situate and straighten out a handful of paperwork and said, "Oh, don't worry about me. Half of the stuff I analyze in my life has been cursed. To me, when I hear cursed artifact, all I hear is most likely made of gold." Mickey smiled and said, "Yeah, that seems to be the case of it most times, eh? Hell, I'll drink to that if I had anything left." As they both laughed at Mickey's possible alcohol problem, a slight serious look came upon Xander's face. "Is everything all right, Mickey?" "I don't think you have a real problem with the sauce just yet," Xander said jokingly. "Well, there seems to be just one thing confusing me about this whole thing." Mickey paused. Xander looked at Mickey a bit confused and said, "What's on your mind, Mick?" "Well, if the statue is as sacred to the tribes as the manuscripts say, then why would they sell it to the highest bidder after their ancestors have fought and died over it for centuries? You would think that it means more to them than money." Xander thought about what Mick had said for a minute. "The only thing that would make sense to me is that perhaps they're trying to end all wars once and for all. If it is with the Bantu, then there will be only more death. But if it lands in the museum where it belongs, then it becomes part of a worldwide celebration of the Bantu people's history and culture." Mick, still a bit easy, replied, "I understand how you see it, mate. I just never thought those jungle people would see it that way. Or give it up for money, or for that matter." Xander, leaning into a seat to recline, closed his eyes and said, "Well, perhaps we'll ask about it tomorrow." The next 26 hours seemed to creep by for the family, who was just anxious to arrive at their destination. London was a beautifully sophisticated airport with good service. Less to be said about North Africa. These countries, being of different linguistic backgrounds, were close to impossible to make it through as someone who spoke English. After leaving North Africa, the team finally hopped a small plane where they flew over hours of jungle to finally arrive at a small native farming village with quite a death-defying landing strip for the plane. As soon as they touched ground, it seemed that the whole village was there to greet them. Zane had never seen anything like the village before. It was largely untouched by the world that surrounded it. The village was one with no running water or electricity. The women had no tops to cover their breasts and carried buckets of water made from clay on their heads. The men who did decide to wear clothing usually displayed just a loincloth and a spear. Everyone in the village seemed to have strange markings on their skin and large out-of-place piercings in odd places, like an entire plate on their bottom lip. Mickey looked at Zane and laughed at the expression on his face. "Like giant dinner plates in their faces, eh?" Mickey joked and explained. "The bigger those plates, the more expensive the girl. They buy their wives from their father with cows, and the more cows they cost, the bigger their plates." Mickey laughed. Junior felt like he had landed on a different planet. "Here," Xander said while throwing a spray bottle of mosquito repellent to his son. "Yeah, you might want to take that and cover yourself up, mate," Mickey said. "Whatever you do, try to not to get malaria out here, boy. It might kill you, even with the pills. The most unforgiving place in the world. And watch your step. There are snakes here that will off you in one bite in just 10 minutes. Both Zane Jr. and Mary looked at each other as if they had got talked into this by a crazy man in the first place. "This way, Mr. Larson, Mick," one of the villagers said while guiding him to the huts. "Just Mick," Mickey corrected. The villager stopped for a second and looked at the paperwork strangely and said, "Okay, Mr. Just Mick, right this way." Junior couldn't contain his laughter as Mickey smiled at him and said, "That's right, that's the name, never forget it." The guide pointed ahead. "This one's for you and your family, Mr. Terry Mary and Mrs. Mayor Terry." "Thank you," she said while walking into the largest guest hut where she found interesting beds with nets set upon them. The beds were made of local trees for a bed frame, and the mattress was some sort of woven materials that had a cotton-type feel to them. "What's the net over the bed for?" asked Junior. Mary said while opening one of them, "It's to keep the bugs from eating you alive at night." Zane sighed in frustration and asked, "Is there anything out here that's not going to try and kill me?" Mary laughed and said, "I think Mick might be harmless." Xander finally came to the hut where his family was trying their best to make themselves at home. "Mary, I had no idea it was going to be this far off the edge of time. I knew it would be primitive, but I didn't think it would take place in the Stone Age." Mary laughed as much as she could in the given situation and replied, "Oh, Xander, you're lucky I love you, and that this pays well, otherwise I'd put you in the doghouse hut." "Okay, there's an opening ceremony for the village, and they'll present us just after sunset. I know it's warm, but dress in long sleeves because the mosquitoes will eat you alive out here. I have to go talk to the chief of the village now, but get ready, because it should be sundown soon," Xander explained. "Okay, honey," Mary said as the villagers came for him. "Mr. Ter, Xander, Mr. Ter, Xander." Xander waved his hand and went along the way. "Dad," Zane called. "Yes? Why are they calling everybody's names backwards here?" asked Zane. "In these tribes, they call you by your family name first and then your first name to identify the individual. It's a pride thing, son," explained Xander as he ran to the villagers who were calling him. "It's a good thing we're getting lots of money for this, otherwise I never would have been caught dead in this godforsaken rainforest," Mary said slightly under her breath. Zane looked at his mother and said, "You guys love money, huh?" Mary looked strangely at Zane and asked, "What do you mean by that, honey?" "Well," started her son, "you said that you only came here because you're going to make a lot of money. I thought you were here for adventure." Mary tried to explain to her son, "You're too young, little Xander. For you, when you're young, everything is an adventure. But when you're old enough to understand the way the world works, you'll find that it's usually fueled, even the adventures, by money." Zane looked strangely disappointed at his mother and said, even the adventurous stories you read before bedtime are usually about finding some type of treasure or gold or silver. That's just a story for money. It's a story name for money." Zane then added, "Yeah, but I like the stories where love is the treasure. Besides, Mom, the adventure is not about the prize. It's about how you won't give up on it." Mary patted Zane on the head and said, "One day you'll understand." Zane laughed and replied, "I hope not." "G'day, Mrs. Ter," Mickey said as he entered the hut to join Mary and Zane. "Hello, Mick," said Mary. As Mick took off his hat and said jokingly, "I trust you are enjoying our luxurious setup, eh?" Mary responded with great sarcasm, "Oh, yes. I'm just waiting for the buffet to start. I hear tonight they might be serving shrunken human head." Mickey didn't miss a beat. Don't get too excited about that, love. Last time they served that, I thought it was a bit undercooked." They both laughed, and Mickey looked at Zane and said, "How about you, mate? Having quite the adventure so far, aren't you?" Junior looked and smiled and said, "Yes, sir." Mary added, "Yes, he is. In fact, he's learning lessons along the way. Not 5 minutes before you walked in, I was preaching to young Zane here about the truth of money." Mickey, rubbing his chin with a playful, serious voice in his thick Australian accent, said, "So, mate, you heard the truth of it, did you?" He slowly moved closer to Junior and egged on in a more sinister voice. "Did she tell you that it's the reason for power? Corruption? Slavery? Even wars are fought over money." As Mick backed off and began to lighten his voice, "Yeah, mate. Some people will do just about anything for the love of money. It can be nasty stuff. It's the root of all evil. Mary stubbornly interrupted. Unnecessary evil? Mickey pointed with a clever gesture towards Mary and corrected, "That's only true in a world where evil is necessary." "Well, Mick," Mary started with great sarcasm, "why don't you tell us why you're suffering the heat of the Congo in this godforsaken jungle, huh, Mick?" "Why did you come here?" asked Mary. He brushed off his hat and put it back on and then said, "Because it pays a lot of money," as he chuckled and walked out the hut. Chapter 3. It was the first night that they would spend with the tribe, so the village threw a welcoming ceremony for their guests of honor. They had drum circles, fire dancers, and shaman, all performing a perfectly orchestrated ballet of tediously choreographed dances, which seemed to tell stories about the history of their people. They had an array of unidentifiable fruits, vegetables, herbs, spices, and even strange-looking insects on display as food for the ceremonial feast. The prize dish of the night was a wild pig that had been hunted earlier that day and displayed on a stick over a fire like the scene out of some kind of Captain James Cook headhunter tribe's journal entry. The women of the tribe did mystic dances while wearing long, strange wooden masks. After the dance, they removed the mask and began painting their guests' faces with white chalky powder and some type of red paint. "This will protect you from evil," the shaman said with his thick African accent. Just then, the entire tribe surrounded the guest party and began laying their hands on all of them. Once the member of the tribe had touched all four of them, they would walk in front of the chief and bow. Once they bowed, they went home, and the ceremony ended. After the village people had returned to their huts, only the guests had remained with the elders. "The Bantu people welcome you," the chief said. "It is a great sadness that our people separate ourselves from the ancient God of our people. But while this idol in the hands of any man, it brings death and damnation to the souls through the selfish greed of our flesh. Many men, as long as my grandfather's grandfather and his grandfather before him, and as far back as the ancient days, can remember fighting, dying, and killing one another to obtain the statue that possesses those who possess it." Xander and Mickey had not been completely filled in on the situation in which they had gotten themselves. As it turns out, the statue had been secretly and illegally kept in the village for the past year after a long, bloody battle war had been fought between the Bantu tribes. The chief went on to explain that after a particular battle between four tribes, a Bantu warrior had fought and brought it here. When asked about the quarrel and who won, he told that each of the four sides had at least 100 warriors, with no alliance. Every tribe wanted the statue for themselves. They had all forgotten that they were brothers, the chief said sadly. Mickey had discovered that the local villagers made some type of rice wine that was quite potent, and he took it upon himself to indulge in the culture. However, the story of the bloody battle between the four tribes was quite sobering. "Will your people have the statue? I take it that your tribe had won the battle?" Mickey asked. "Not us," said the chief. "This is a holy village. It's neutral ground. The demon statue is forbidden here. But this sacred law has been broken." "Was it the victorious tribe that had broken this law?" asked Xander, with a curious thought. The chief's face saddened and said, "There was no victor." Mickey looked puzzled at the chief as the chief explained. "Out of the 400 men, not one warrior survived the battle. After the fighting had stopped, there was one warrior, and he realized he was the only one left. Just him, the statue, and a seemingly endless field of the dead countrymen and brothers. He then carried the statue 8 days through the jungle to reach this village while mortally wounded, and he died a day after his arrival. He told the story of his battle, so he sent men to his location, and when the men had returned, they were all changed from what they had saw." Zane was now fast asleep in his mother's arms, and she decided to retire for the night with her son, as she grew disgusted with the stories of men slaughtering each other over a religious right to a golden statue. Xander and Mickey, however, had much to catch up on, so instead they stayed up late with the chief, taking notes to understand the history, mythology, and beliefs of the Bantu people's treasure so that they may better explain it to the museum. Of all the men who have been put in the spell of Motu, they all had only one mission, the chief explained. The curse of Motu is a myth about a god, the god of peace and prosperity, named Motu, who wanted to know what it felt like to be mortal. He wanted to understand humans, why they did not worship him, or why they did not want peace and prosperity. Because of this, he turned himself into a mortal to live a lifetime among the people. This way, he could better understand the nature of why humans only worship him for short periods of time before returning to war, death, and plunder. But before he took on a life on earth, his brother Riki, the spirit of temptation, warned him not to fall under his influence. For he said mankind can be very weak through the flesh. Motu spent many years on earth as a pure-spirited man during his incarnation. People who observed his purity of spirit became inspired by it, and he was quickly chosen as a leader through his peaceful teachings and his ability to bring tribes together. However, after much time spent with the humans, he unknowingly fell into temptation. It started like all men's hearts, a trickle of water that a man is unaware of until it becomes a flood he cannot control. Motu's thirst for gold, power, wine, and women became insatiable. His quest for self-satisfaction became a fire that consumed him. Over the years, he had forgotten his mission, his perception, and even the spirit of himself. By the day he died and returned to the spirit world, he drank himself to death as a warlord consumed by his own greed. Once Motu returned to the spirit world, the greed became a parasite feeding on his soul, as it was the curse on mankind. The gods saw his tormented spirit and began to forge an idol capable of trapping the curse and powerful enough to hold it until the end of the world. The curse would be summoned into a small glass stone carved by a volcano and made into a medallion. The medallion was then given to a secret gargoyle ape to wear around his neck and to protect and guard the curse from man and gods alike. The gargoyle was then purified by being dipped in the gold of the gods to take physical form and hold the curse in the realm of man. It was then given a scepter with a diamond forged in the center of the earth to protect it from demons that would try to possess its power. And finally, upon it were eyes of rubies, that the new curse was placed for man. The curse that any man who obtained the statue would become a victim of their own success, for he would become the guardian of the statue. The guardian, through looking into the eyes of the statue, would become cursed with one mission in life, to protect the statue from the world. The chief went on to tell the stories of Bantu men who became guardians of the statue, many stories of the men who became mad with greed and power, just like Motu, because the guardians were all under the spell, and they had the gift of influence over men. These guardians were also like Motu because they abused power. "I am no guardian," said the chief, "but I do believe I have an opportunity to accomplish what they have tried for centuries." "And just what is it that you hope to accomplish?" asked Xander. The chief stoked the fire with a stick and explained, "Your brothers at the museum have promised me that after you examine the statue and bring it back to New York, that it will be put on display with the eyes covered so no man could ever touch it again. This to me sounds like a lot to be accomplished. With the statue out of Africa, there will be no war, and my brothers will live in peace and prosperity once again. With the statue in a safe place for all to see and understand the history of its origins, the Bantu people's heritage may live on forever." It was then that Xander realized how important the statue was to the entire Bantu nation, but had a sinking feeling he also recognized that it was a secret operation to protect and remove the artifact. He discussed his thoughts with a very intoxicated Mickey Larson. "Can you imagine what it would be like if the surrounding tribes knew the statue was not only here but being sold to foreigners?" Xander asked in a very serious tone. "I think if they knew anything, these people would be slaughtered," Mickey said while trying not to slur his words. "Anyway, mate, I'm feeling a bit buzzed from that rice wine. Think I'm going to go to sleep." Xander joked, "Just a little buzzed?" as he helped Mickey to his hut. Xander was almost out of the room when Mickey asked with his eyes damn near sealed shut, "Xander, do you think any of that mumbo-jumbo about the curse is real?" Xander yelled back as he walked out, "Not a lick of it. Just a treasure story. and a bad one at that. "Wake up, Dad," little Zane said while shaking his father in the middle of the night. "What is it?" Xander asked. Zane looked strangely frightened and said, "I heard a noise. There's a noise coming up from outside, Dad." His father, rolling back, said, "Zane, it's the Congo. There's tons of noises at night. Go back to sleep." But then suddenly Xander heard it too. It sounded like a man being beat up and choked to death at the same time. "Stay here," Xander whispered to his son and grabbed his pistol, his machete, and started inching out the door, ready for anything. The noise was coming from the direction of Mickey's hut. Xander ran toward the direction and was afraid of what he might find. Was it an animal or a warrior from another tribe? Mickey better be in one piece, he thought. As he observed the noise, he slowed down to catch his breath. "Ah, I told you not to drink the punch," Xander said laughingly while standing over Mickey as he vomited up all the rice wine along with most of the night's meal. "Come on, Mick, let's get you back to bed." But as he reached down to grab Mickey, he found himself staring at a pair of eyes that were watching him from the bushes. It was a Bantu man crouching in the jungle with red face paint. All the men he saw in the area had white chalky face paint, but this man had black and red dried liquid. When he saw Xander and discovered him, he faded slowly into the darkness of the jungle. "Man, even their guards are like jungle ninjas," he thought as he put Mickey to bed and walked back to his own bed. "Well, Mickey, you can rest well knowing that if I don't save you, at least one of the local guards was going to." The next morning, Xander went to check on Mickey. He found him with a local unmarried girl who was bringing him fruits and more wine. "Hey, Xander, thanks for taking care of me last night, mate." "It's like you're having another go at it at breakfast, huh?" said Xander. "Not me, mate. It's the only real cure for the hangover. Hair of the dog, they call it." Mary walked up and saw Mickey with more wine. "Mickey, it's not even noon yet and you're drinking already?" I think Mickey might have a real problem," she exclaimed. "I think absolutely you're right, Mary. I think I've always been a drinking man with a real bad working problem," Mickey said with sarcasm. As they joined Mickey for breakfast, the village elders called Xander. He walked with them into the hut for a few minutes before rejoining Mick with his family to eat. "Mickey, you best start pulling yourself together," he said. "After breakfast, it's time to see the statue." Chapter 4. Xander and Mickey entered an extremely colorful hut towards the center of the Bantu village, led by the elders of the tribe. Once inside, they were met with the holiest shaman of the Bantu nation. These men burned incense and chanted prayers while circling around Mickey and Xander, painting them with something that's white and chalky and very powdery. "This is to protect you," said the chief. "It comes from the ashes of our ancestors, whose spirits will protect you from the evil of yourself in the presence of the statue of Motu." "Nothing says protection like being covered in their dead relatives, eh, mate?" Mickey whispered while nudging Xander. "Just another day at the office," Xander replied with sarcasm. The shaman then picked up a little plate with black and red paint and began painting their faces. "These are the color markings of the Bantu warriors," said the chief. "The statue of Motu, in its infinite history, has only brought war, bloodshed, and death in its presence. The red is preparation for war, representing the blood given and taken in battle, and the black is preparation for death that surrounds the statue." Mickey, swallowing, said, "I knew I should have brought another bottle of wine with me." Xander laughed and explained, "Don't fret, old boy, it's just a showcase of honor and respect for their most sacred treasure." After the shaman's preparation ritual, the two men were shown a secret path. Beneath a rug in the center of the room was a door with a dugout, and it had a path that led underground. Around 10 feet deep, the path gave way to a large chamber room, about 12 square feet in size. After the torches were lit up, the center of the room revealed a clay pedestal with something covered on top of it. The shaman grabbed the fabric that covered the object. Just before revealing the artifact, he said, "Remember, never unveil the eyes. They are to remain covered from now to the end of time. That is our agreement." "I swear," said Xander. I swear, said Mickey. As the shaman removed the fabric, the two men saw what they had traveled halfway around the world to see. It was just as the description explained. Mickey and Xander sat for a second in astonishment. The statue was 1.5 feet tall, and the light from the torches lit up the small underground room in a brilliant color that could only be the reflection that gold can give off. It was a blindfolded gorilla with a black medallion around its neck, holding a scepter with a large clear gemstone. Ain't she a beaut? Said Mick while trying to contain his excitement. Xander sat in silence, taking in the moment as he remembered a lifetime of memories of discovering beautiful artifacts. This one, however, seemed a little bit more special to him. Since the past few years, all he could do was talk about the old days when he would excavate Egypt. Even more special to him, this might be his last discovery, so he wanted to take it all in. The two men gathered themselves after a couple of minutes of being in astonishment and decided to get to work studying the artifact. After setting up a station for their tools, they went to work studying the authenticity and the craftsmanship, especially taking a close look at the clear jewel on the scepter. You're not going to believe this, mate, Mickey said in a very serious tone. This diamond is real. Xander looked at Mickey's magnifying glass to inspect the scepter's gemstone. His face turned pale with excitement and fear. It was flawless, one of the most perfect either of them had seen. Mickey and Xander both started pouring sweat. They were confused about how to feel. On one hand, they may have made one of the most significant archaeological discoveries in the Congo ever. On the other hand, they were sitting on a landmine disguised as a gold mine, because if any of the Bantu people outside the village had discovered these two white men were taking the statue to another continent, the entire village would be slaughtered. What was scarier is if, on the way home, they were raided by the abundance of pirates known to mug the caravans and boats of traveling archaeologists and steal the excavated artifacts for precious jewels and metals. Even worse yet would be to lose it to men who would then let the statue end up in the hands of an art dealer. The problem with art dealers is that they usually sell to the highest bidder, and that is usually a confidential mystery man with too much money who only wants to add the treasure as a piece to his collection. Many of history's greatest artifacts have been lost in this way, hidden from the world as wealthy men's treasures in their own personal museums. To ensure the authenticity of the history of the statue, Xander had the shaman tell the story to Mickey while he typed it word for word. In the meantime, Xander studied the statue while making a detailed sketch over every marking, every symbol, and ridge of the statue so that he may later make copies and study it at home. It's a good thing that diamond is on the scepter and not in the eyes, because I can't take my eyes off it, Xander said as he started sketching on the paper. Mickey looked up with a grin. Agreed. I think if it were to be in those eyes, I'd have a problem with it myself. I'd be having a staring contest the whole time here, mate. Xander pointed his pencil at Mickey and said, That means you would be deep in a spell right now. Mickey laughed and said, Oh, I think I already am with that diamond. Besides, Xander, the shaman already had me write down how to break the spell. It seems it's easy enough. Oh yeah? Just how's that? Asked Xander. Well, Mickey started. It says here that if you find yourself under the spell of Motu, you have to find a eucalyptus tree. They're easy to find in the Congo because they're the tallest trees. When you find one, you have to climb to the very top and pick the highest leaf of the tree. Then jump off head first, and by the time you reach the bottom, you'll be cured. Xander laughed and said, Nothing like the old perishing trick to get rid of those pesky curses. After a few hours, the men had all the information they needed to bring the history of the Bantu's people treasure back to the museum in New York. The chief and the shaman had been sharing split shifts watching Mickey and Xander examine the statue, so that the traveling Bantu people of the village would not suspect what was going on in the sacred hut. You must leave as soon as possible, said the chief. Xander was putting his tools away and said, We'll be out of here tomorrow, sir. The chief interrupted. Sooner. As he sat with a daunted look, he explained that the surrounding areas have seemed restless, and he already had the pilot start getting the plane ready. He's a bit paranoid, don't you think? Asked Mick. I'm not sure, said Xander. Something must have happened. Xander asked the chief, is everything okay? Did something happen? The chief explained that there was a Bantu warrior that was spotted very close to here, and that he was painted for battle and scouting the area. The chief then instructed the men to take the war paint off their faces, as to not be mistaken as battle threats. As Xander washed off his red paint, he remembered the mysterious man wearing the red color as he disappeared into the jungle when he was helping Mickey the previous night, when he was sick from the wine. Does red paint always mean war? Asked Xander. It means bloodshed, said the chief. Xander explained to the chief what had happened the night before. The chief began to look very concerned as he talked to the shaman about the man Xander had seen. After much deliberation in their native tongue, they both came to an agreement. The chief looked at Xander and Mickey and insisted that they take the statue and leave as soon as possible. While the men were examining the statue, Mary and her son were outside learning how to make woven baskets from local women. Mary saw a man approaching her from the side. This man was very tall, skinny, and carrying a spear wearing red paint, accompanied by 3 men looking very similar with the same spear, same uniform, and same red paint. Hello, the man said in a very thick accent. Hello, Mary said, very surprised. You speak English? And then she asked. Yes, I'm lived in the South. There are plenty of white people down there. Do you come here to bring food? He asked and snatched the basket out of the hands and correcting her obvious mistakes. No, sir, not us, she said. Do you bring books? Medicine? He asked. No, she replied. Well, then what are you doing here? He asked. Mary was not sure how much she wanted to say to the stranger, so she just told him that her husband was here to study the tribe. He does this to make money? He asked. Yes. The man said something in his native tongue to others, and they all stared at her and laughed. Well, that's quite rude. What did you say? She asked. The man returned the basket with the errors corrected and said, White people think the world just needs paper. I don't mean to be rude. My name is Banda Bo, he said. Well, how do you do, Mr. Bo? She asked while giving a bow and a polite gesture. My name is Bo, but I am Mr. Banda. Have you not learned how the Bantu say names? He asked. She smiled and said, Yes, in fact, I have. It's just easy to forget. How do you do, Mr. Banda Bo? I guess that makes me Mrs. Ter Mary. The warrior nodded his head in approval. Mr. Banda examined Xander Jr.'s basket that he was making while looking it over and said in his thick African accent, This is a good basket, young man. You will make a good warrior with that type of craftsmanship. What is your name? I have to know so that I may warn my men and my enemies about you, he asked in a childish, playful way. Xander, he said, very surprised. All the grown-ups call me Zane, but my friends at school call me Zan for short, he said while scratching the mosquito bites. Banda looked at him with a smile and said, Well, since you and I are friends, I shall call you Zan. Is this your mother? And as he gestured towards Mary. Yes, sir, said Junior. Mr. Banda pulled out a banana from the pouch and out of his side and cut it in half. He then handed Zane and Mary each half. Here, if you eat these, the mosquitoes will leave your skin alone. And if they don't, you can use the peel to rub on the bite, and it will not itch, he said as he removed Zane's hands down from scratching his legs. Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Ter Mary. Mary slightly nodded her head and said, The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Bandabo. He gave her a very proud nod back and looked at Xander Jr. And to the future great warrior, Mr. Banda said while removing his necklace and putting it on the young man. This is a Jaguar Claw. It has seen many battles and it will keep you safe in times of trouble. It was a very intricately laced beaded necklace, and in the center was a razor-sharp claw that looked both sharpened and polished. Oh gosh, thank you, Mr. Banda. I'll take real good care of it, I promise, said Zane. I know you will. A man with that type of craftsmanship understands how to take care of things in life, Mr. Panda said. Now, my friend, can you tell me where I can find the village chief? Zane pointed at the hut. Over there, the colorful hut, he said. Thank you, my friend. I'm sure I will see you again, Mr. Tarzan. Back at the hut, Mickey and Xander were figuring out how they were going to transport the statue without being seen. Just then, the shaman ran into the hut and explained that people have seen warriors throughout the village, and all of them were wearing red paint. Look, said the chief as he pointed towards Mary and Zane that were surrounded by warriors, and young Zane pointed to the hut they were in. Bandabo, said the shaman. The chief looked very worried. He then went on to explain that Bandabo was a self-proclaimed guardian of the statue. They say that he had looked into the eyes on purpose and had taken it his own personal mission to protect the statue from the world under the spell of Motu, and he was headed straight for the hut where the statue was kept. If he were to have found that the statue was in the village, everyone would be slaughtered. The chief snapped into action. You two, get down in the room where the statue is. Don't make a sound. And you, he pointed to the shaman, go and fetch some water for those warriors. But on your way, tell the pilot that these men are leaving today and prepare for departure within an hour. But be discreet about it. Hurry. The two men got back down into the cellar where the statue was kept, and the chief covered up the trap door with the rug so that it was out of sight. Xander stayed close to the door, listening carefully, because if he was going to be found out, he wanted to see it coming. Xander was really quite excited. This was, after all, the type of thrill he loved as a young man in Egypt. But it was different this time. Now he had a family to think about. And this actually killed him with fear instead of joy. What if we were caught? I don't care what happens to me, but what about my wife and my son, all for a measly $10,000, he thought. Xander continued questioning himself about the price tag he may have put on his family's life. For Xander, it wasn't even about the money or the thrill anymore. It was about survival of his family. And in that moment, that future was treading on dangerous ground. These aren't rubies? You're not going to believe this, mate. They're pink diamonds, Mickey whispered from the back of the room. Xander turned around and saw Mickey that had removed the blindfold from the statue and was examining the eyes with a magnifying glass. Mickey, are you insane? He asked, in complete disbelief, and ran over and covered the eyes back up. Come on, Xander, you don't believe any of that stuff about the curse, do you? Nobody's going to know. I just had to see what they were made of, explained Mickey. He shook his head. Yes, but you swore you wouldn't look into the eyes. Mickey chuckled. It doesn't count if your fingers are crossed, mate. Besides, they're diamonds. Pink diamonds. This means that this is more priceless than we ever thought. Xander was mostly thinking about his family's safety and was now frustrated. He grabbed Mickey up by the collar and whispered, We're in a death box if those warriors find out that the statue is here. Don't let your curiosity cost us our lives by offending even the ones that are hiding us. Because you may not believe in the curse, but they do, and that's all that matters right now. As he released Mickey, the trap door opened. There were shadows of people coming down the stairs. Mr. Xander, Mr. Larson, Mick, hurry. Now, up the stairs before they come back. Mickey and Xander ran up the stairs and out of the hut. As they walked over and met Mary and Zane that were sitting making baskets, they tried to contain themselves so as not to startle the warriors that were now thick in the village. And all were dressed for battle in their war paint and red long spears. Xander approached his wife and son and calmly explained to Mary the urgency of the situation and that they were leaving as soon as possible but needed to do it discreetly. Mary grabbed Zane and headed for the hut. Okay, Mick, said Xander, go to your hut, grab your belongings, and I'll come get you when the pilot is ready. Don't make a move until I get you. The chief said that he would bring the statue to the plane. Mickey looked at Xander and said, No worries, mate. I got the statue in my bag. Xander turned pale while trying not to show his disapproval. Give me that bag, Mickey, Xander said with an angry voice. Mickey could see how serious Xander was and quickly handed it over to him. Now go collect your belongings and stay in your hut until I come for you. I'm going to try to get us all out of this mess alive. Chapter 5. Xander went to the hut where the chief told him to meet and explained about Mickey taking the statue and why. The chief was very concerned about this, but he knew that time was precious. The chief asked if Mickey had looked into the statue's eyes. Xander said no. He knew that he was lying, but there was no time. He had to get Junior and Mary and his unborn child to safety before he could think about anything else. The chief explained that the pilot was on the plane and ready to take off at any second. "Don't move too fast. They scare easily, especially when they're all painted up like that," said the shaman. "If any of them asks about why you're leaving, just say that you'll be back soon with food. That should cut out any problems," said the chief. Xander headed toward the huts where Mickey and his family were preparing to leave. "Why are we leaving so early?" asked Zane. "I already told you to be quiet about it. Now get your stuff. We're leaving today," Mary said calmly as she packed everything into her luggage. "But we've only been here for 2 days. I didn't even get to see any monkeys or tigers," Zane said while trying to hold his tears back. Mary looked at him with a look only recognizable by a son from his mother, as to how serious the situation could be. Zane frowned and uttered, "But..." Mary kept her stare fiercely. Zane put his head down and asked, "Okay, but can we at least take the baskets we made?" Mary nodded and whispered, "Yes. Now please pack." As they began to pack their suitcase, Mary quietly explained that he is not to mention anything about the statue to Bandabo or any of the warriors, because if he did, the village would be in danger. Zane had a million questions, but the seriousness of his mother's voice silenced his lips. "Are you guys ready?" asked Xander as he walked into the hut where Mary and Zane were. "Just finished," answered Mary. Xander scanned the room and said, "All right, let's go get Mickey. We're all going to leave together. Act like nothing is happening, and if anyone speaks to us, let me do all the talking." Zane had never seen his father this scared before, nor had he ever heard such trembling in his mother's voice. As they walked out of the hut, Zane's legs began to shake and tremble with every step of uncertainty. Zane began to wish they were back in New York already, where he felt safe. Xander walked out of the hut with his family and almost jumped out of his skin when he heard a voice from behind him. Leaving so soon? The whole family turned around to see Mr. Bandabo approaching them with yet another warrior to his side. Xander still had Mickey's backpack with the statue in it. For a second, he was frozen with fear, but just then Mary quickly jumped into action. "Hello, Mr. Bandabo. I was hoping you'd get to meet my husband before we left today," Mary said as she gestured towards Xander. "This is my husband, the great historian here to study your culture, Mr. Xander Ter." "Mom, you mean Mr. Ter Xander. That's how they say it here, remember?" Zane interrupted. Mary gave herself quite a giggle and said, "Oh, yes, that's right. I get confused with that so easily," as she covered her face with embarrassment. She then said, "My dear Xander, this is Bandabo." Xander knew exactly who it was. This was the very same warrior that was talking to the chief in the hut while Mickey and Xander were hiding in the room with the statue. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bandabo," Xander said as he pulled himself together and continued in an act of calmness. "I'm afraid you caught us on the way out. I wish I had gotten a warrior's perspective before I left." Bandabo laughed and asked, "Well, maybe there's still time, eh? I'm sure I can fill you in on a quick history of the warrior here." Xander nodded his head with respect and responded, "Oh, I wouldn't dare disrespect such a valuable history by trying to crunch it all together because of something like deadlines and time. Mr. Bandabo, perhaps next time when I'm here." Bandabo smiled and asked, "And when might that be?" "Us warriors love to talk about ourselves," he said sarcastically. Xander smiled and said back, "About a week or so. The publishers that pay me for the expedition say they might have some funding to bring food here. But in order to get the funds, I have to go to the meetings, you see." Bandabo shook his head and said, "I hope that one day your people will be cured of that curse and see money isn't real. It's all in your heads." "That's what I keep telling everybody, but they never listen to me either," Mickey interrupted as he walked with his bags. "Are you ready, Xander? The pilot said it's about that time." "Sure, Mickey. Mary, Zane, say your farewell to Mr. Bandabo before we're off." They both said their goodbyes and headed toward the plane when Xander stopped Mary. "My dear, Those bags you're carrying are much too heavy for your condition. Leave them here for me, and I'll carry them. Just take this," as Xander handed Mary the backpack which had hid the statue. More than anything, he just wanted it on the plane and out of sight to lower the risk of being exposed. "Keep your chin up, little Mr. Tarzan. I believe that one day you're going to be a great warrior," shouted Banda to Zane. "I hope I get to see you again, Mr. Bandabo." "Thank you for the Jaguar Claw," he shouted back. Banda focused his attention back on Xander and said, "You can tell a lot about a man by his craftsmanship. Your son makes quite the basket, Mr. Xander." Xander laughed and responded, "Yes, sir. He's quite a handful, but he's a smart boy." Banda nodded his head in agreement and said, "Sometimes being smart doesn't get you much money in the white man's world, but in the jungle, it's our most valuable commodity." Xander was very impressed with Bandabo's English skills. Although this man was very intriguing, he knew that he had to get on that plane and out as soon as possible. After all, if this very man found out about the contents of the bag being delivered on the plane, it would be fatal. "It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Bandabo, but we do have to be on our way," Xander said as he held his hand out to shake Banda's hand. "The pleasure was all mine, Mr. Xander." Mickey extended his hand out and said, "Well, until next time, mate. Perhaps on the next go-around, I'll get a warrior's perspective, too." Banda grabbed Mickey's hand. "I don't think I caught your name, Mr. Mickey smiled. "Larson. The name is Mick Larson, or around here I believe it's Mr. Larson Mick." Banda held Mickey's hand very tight and didn't let go, all the while looking him straight in the eyes. Mickey grunted while trying to show no pain from Banda's strong grip. "Well, I'm gonna go ahead and need that hand back someday, mate," Mickey said, trying to lighten the tension. Banda gave him a huffing laugh and let go with his eyes fixed on Mickey. "Have a safe trip, Mr. Larson," he said with a very sinister voice. Banda was a very intimidating man. He was, after all, the general of an army of warriors. He had probably killed many men. Mickey was still a very young man, and a foolish one at that. But when Mickey turned around after Banda finally let his hands free, his face was proof that he was very frightened. It was pale, and his eyes were red, as if the look Banda gave him had chastised him. His voice shuddered as he walked toward Xander and muttered, "I just want to go home now." The two men turned around to make their way to the airplane. Mickey, however, was still very shaken by this moment he had with Banda. He seemed to be in a daze, so much so that he tripped over a tree root right in front of Banda and the warriors. The men laughed hysterically at him as Xander quickly helped him up to his feet. Mickey was now publicly embarrassed and gathered all his things that he dropped as fast as he could. With a large crowd laughing behind him, they carefully headed toward the plane on the path and the airstrip on top of the hill. About halfway up the hill, the men noticed the crowd behind them abruptly stopped laughing. "That was a bit sudden, wasn't it, eh?" Mickey said. "That did seem a bit strange, but never mind it. Don't look back. Just get to the plane," said Xander. As they reached the plane, they started loading the luggage into the cargo hold. "Mickey, give me my backpack," said Xander. Mickey had been wearing Xander's backpack since they made the switch so that Xander could inform the chief that Mickey had put the statue in the bag. "Mickey, what did you do with my sketchbook?" asked Xander as he noticed the broken buckle on the bag and began examining the contents. "It should be in there. I haven't touched a thing," Mickey yelled back from inside the plane. "It's not here," Xander said nervously. "Look, Xander, we switched bags. I went to the hut, gathered my stuff. From there, I met you outside in front where the warriors, and then we walked outside," Mickey explained. Xander thought for a second and grabbed the broken buckle. "What about when you fell?" The two men stared at each other, realizing that if Mick dropped the sketch pad, that it was most likely in the village full of warriors with the drawing of the statue in it. Xander grabbed his pistol and his bag and tucked it under his shirt. "I told the chief that we would not leave until he saw us off. We were going to wait for him. Mickey, grab your pistol and make sure it's loaded." The reality of the situation hit Mick as he cocked and holstered his gun. "Are you sure we have to wait for the chief? We have the statue." "We should just leave," Mickey said with his voice trembling. "Show some respect, Mickey," Xander said as he gazed toward the village. Brace yourself, Mickey. There's a pack of villagers coming. They don't look angry, and they're all with the chief. The shaman, the chief, and 4 warriors approach the airplane. Mary, tell the pilot to start the plane and hide yourself in Zane, Xander shouted. As the Bantus got closer, they noticed both the shaman and the chief were surrounded by the warriors and Bandabo and Xander's sketchbook in Bandabo's hand. You dropped your book, Mr. Larson, Bandabo said as he reached the 2 men loading the plane. Mickey jumped out of the cargo hold and reached out to grab the sketchbook from Banda. Oh, yeah, mate, I wouldn't want to leave this behind, Mickey said with a smile. We're going to be off now. Perhaps we could talk more next time, Mr. Bandabo. I look forward to it, Mr. Larson. Mickey turned around to put the sketchbook on the plane, and he heard Mr. Bandabo say, They're diamonds. Mickey turned around. I beg your pardon? He asked. The picture you drew of the statue that's behind the blindfold. He said the eyes were rubies. They're not. They're diamonds. They're pink diamonds. But you already know that, don't you, Mr. Larson Mick? A bead of sweat ran down Mickey's face as he laughed. Well, the description I got while I was drawing it said rubies, but I'm glad you corrected the mistake for me. Banda smiled as Mickey talked. This drawing you have is perfect. It's almost like a picture that resembles the statue exactly. Only a man who has seen the statue could draw with such detail. For I, for one, am a man who has looked into its eyes. I am a guardian by choice for my tribe. I could not figure out what it is about you that made my blood run cold, but after seeing the picture you drew, I came to an understanding that you, too, were under the curse of Motu. Like the 2 men longing for the same woman, I wanted your blood. I could now tell that we are in love with the same woman. Where is our woman? Where is the statue? And don't lie to me, because like me, you have looked into those diamonds. I can see it in your eyes, Banda said, pointing at Mickey's eyes with a razor-sharp spear. Stop, interrupted the chief. Mr. Bandabo, these 2 men have the statue. I have given it to them. Banda's eyes turned to a furious rage as he turned the spear in the direction of the chief. You did what? He asked in a fit of anger. Mr. Bandabo, how many men must die? How many of our brothers must be sacrificed for the greed of this god? You laugh at these white people for always wanting paper, but you chase metal. As a holy man, I understand the sanctity of the statue, but how many wars must be waged? How many hands must the statue fall into? Only to have their throats cut and their blood drained like a river in the name of a sacred protection. How much carnage must be witnessed? How many sons and fathers, husbands and children must lose their lives and have them ripped away in the name of a god that had no self-control as a man? How many men will lose their self-control in the name of obtaining this gold, these diamonds, this curse? These men offer true protection in their country, in a place where the history can be remembered. They will then have it on display in a place where people can look at it and see that the Bantu people have defeated their own greed to solidify the history and prosperity of their own way. I have done all this so that we may obtain nothing more than peace. Banda lowered his spear and looked deep in thought. I have always respected you as a leader of the holy village, he said. But this is an act of treason against your gods and against your fellow Bantu. Even in the name of peace, treason is still treason. But if peace is what you seek, then peace is what you will receive. Banda gave a loud shout as he thrust the spear into the neck of the chief. The chief then fell to the ground, trying to find his fading life. With a weakened breath, he looked at Xander and whispered, "Take this curse from us." Banda stabbed him one last time in the chest, and the chief was done. The chief was now finally dead. Xander's eyes began to water as he watched the chief release his last breath, just knowing that he was a good man and he just wanted to do good for his people. "You bastard, this is murder," he shouted. Banda took his spear out of the chief's chest and then started toward the shaman as he shouted, "No, this is a holy war." All of a sudden, the plane's engine started up as Banda reared up his spear, pointing it at the shaman. As he began to thrust, a shot rang out. Xander had shot Banda. 2 more shots fired, and then another. Xander and Mickey had shot all the warriors on the hill. As soon as the men could gather themselves, they noticed a loud noise from the warriors. At the bottom of the hill was the crowd of Bantu warriors charging towards them. "That's the sound of a battle cry if I ever heard one," Xander said. The crowd was drunk with anger, running at full speed, shooting arrows toward them. "Time to go, Mickey," Xander said. "Oh, come on, Xander, I was just warming up to the place. Can't we stay?" Mickey asked, using sarcasm to overcome his fear. Xander grabbed the shaman and put him on the plane. "Looks like you're coming with us, mate, unless you want to stay here with them," Mickey said to the shaman as he pointed toward the angry mob, almost to the plane. The shaman was more than willing to go with. As he sat on the plane, Xander walked to the cockpit to warn the pilot of the seriousness of the situation. "Was that gunfire I just heard?" asked the pilot. "Yes, Captain. Looks like we might be experiencing a rough takeoff." "And Captain, make it a quick one, please," Xander said while reloading his gun. Just then, Xander heard more gunfire coming from the back of the plane. "I'm going to go help Mickey keep these guys off the plane. If anybody gets in your way during takeoff, don't stop," Xander said as he cocked his gun and ran to the back of the plane. The warriors swamped the outside of the plane on the runway. Some tried getting through the door but were met with gunfire from Xander and Mick. The airplane started to move. They could hear it as it started down the runway, the sounds of men falling off the top of the aircraft and the bodies smashing on the belly of the plane. There was a rain of arrows coming from the door and through the windows, and there was men holding on to the wings of the plane as it took off. "These warriors are relentless," thought Xander, as he looked at the 4 men still holding on for dear life on the plane as it climbed altitude. "Should I shoot them off the plane?" asked Mickey. Xander wiped off the sweat off his brow. "No, don't risk damaging the plane. They'll fall off when they're ready. Don't let Zane see this either. Keep him hidden until they fall off. It shouldn't be too long," as he turned his attention to the pilot. "How's the plane, Captain?" Xander asked as he walked into the cockpit. "The plane has come to some outside damage, but I think it'll be fine. I'm not sure about me, though." Xander looked toward the pilot, and he could see there was a spear gone through the cockpit window and into his gut. Mick walked into the cockpit very excitedly and told Xander, "You're not going to believe this. Only one of those warriors left on the wing, and it's that Bandabo fella. I don't think you're really going to believe this, but remember the shaman?" Xander stopped Mickey mid-sentence and motioned toward the pilot's wound. "Banda will be gone soon enough. We have bigger issues to deal with right now." Mickey looked at the wound and could tell right away it was fatal. "Now what about the shaman?" Xander asked. "He's gone," Mickey explained. "I was taking the statue out of the bag to check on it. The blindfold fell off. The shaman was looking dead into the eyes by accident. He started mumbling something in Bantu. I tried calming him down, but it wasn't any use. There was just no time to stop him." Xander stood up shocked. "You pointed the statue at him? Mickey, this is real to them." He began and stopped himself. "Stopped him from what, Mickey? You said there was no time to stop him. Stopped him from what?" Xander asked. Mickey looked at the floor and mumbled, "I didn't mean to point it at him, honestly. I didn't know what he would do." Xander grabbed Mickey by the collar and shook him. "What did he do, Mickey? Where is he?" Mickey pushed Xander off him. "He jumped right out of the damn plane. He started mumbling in his language and looked at me and yelled, 'Curse, curse, curse,' and then jumped out the damn door like he could fly. I couldn't stop him. I tried." Xander sat deep and thought of all the people who had died because of their foolish treasure hunt. "Are Zane and Mary still in the back?" Mickey responded, "Yes, they're safe. The statue is in the back by the door." Xander looked frightened and said, "Did Banda fall off yet?" "Xander!" a voice cried from the back of the plane. Both Mickey and Xander ran to see what was going on. There stood Mary, holding the statue in her arms with a knife to her throat, yielded by Mr. Bandabo himself. "Put this plane on the ground, and maybe I'll let your wife live," he said while gritting his teeth together in anger. Xander, approaching Banda, very calmly said, "Mr. Bandabo, I'm going to need you to take that knife away from my wife's throat, and maybe I'll let you live." Banda laughed as he responded, "You're quite the negotiator, Mr. Xander, but your family is more important to you than my life is to me, and this was what makes you weaker than me." Mickey was standing around listening to the standoff as he tried to find more bullets for his gun on the ground. He saw Zane running up from the back of the plane. Zane jumped off one of the seats onto Banda's back with the Jaguar Claw he had been given by the warrior. Zane slit it from ear to ear on Banda's throat. Banda let go of Mary while holding his neck as he bled profusely. Mickey snapped into action and kicked Banda out the door of the plane. He used almost his whole body and flew out of the plane, but he caught himself on the edge of the doorway. Mickey climbed himself up and ran out the doorway to see Banda flapping outside with the force of the wind. Mickey drew his knife. "Hey, Banda, good news, mate. I got that cure for the curse right here." Mickey thrust his knife into Banda's left eye. Banda let go, still screaming his battle cry, "Oh!" as he fell into the trees below that oddly seemed to be getting closer. Xander hugged his wife and son. "Thank you, son. You're a very brave young man." Then Xander looked at Mickey. "Thank you, Mickey. You saved my family." Mickey was fixated on looking out the door. "Oh, don't thank me yet, Xander. Mr. Bandabo didn't have very far to fall. I think this plane is losing altitude." "Are we supposed to be this low?" Xander looked out the window to see the trees no more than 100 feet below the plane. Captain! Xander yelled as he ran toward the front of the plane. When he reached the cockpit, he saw the pilot was nearly dead. "Why are we so low?" Xander asked. The pilot was very weak and grasping for air as he responded. "We ran out of fuel. One of the warriors' spears must have punctured the tanks. We're going down. We have maybe 2 minutes." Xander ran to the back of the plane, throwing his family in the seats and frantically buckling them up. "It's about to get rough, guys. Just hold on. Hey, Mickey, I found your flask. You might need this," as he threw it to Mickey, and Mickey snapped into action and started guzzling the remaining contents of the flask. Xander and Mary sat on each side of Zane and blanketed him with their bodies. The plane's engines grew dead silent. Only the sounds were from the spears and the arrows that were still in the plane waving in the wind, and suddenly there was another sound. Trees scraping against the aircraft's belly. A little at first, and then a little more, and then it became violent, and the sounds became overwhelming as it gave way to a large crash, and then everything was silent again. Chapter 6. Little Zane opened his eyes to feel very lightheaded. What a nightmare, he thought as he came to. He saw that he was still strapped into the airplane seat, high up in a tree. Just him in the seat. No plane, no family. He was very confused about how he landed there. As he unbuckled himself from the seat, he started to realize that this wasn't a dream. It was real. Zane had been in an airplane crash. If we crashed, then where's the plane, he asked himself as he scanned the thick jungle surrounding the area, trying to put the pieces together. He could smell smoke and decided to climb the rest of the way up to the canopy to see if he could locate where it was coming from. As Zane reached the treetop, he could see the vastness of the jungle. It made him feel very small. It looks like a giant ocean of trees, he thought. As far as his eyes could see was jungle. Zane turned and looked in every direction. As he did this, he noticed a trail of ravished vegetation. At the end of the trail was a large blackened area with a bit of smoke leaking out of the trees. "Mom! Dad!" he yelled. It was much too far for them to hear, but Zane could not control his excitement. After all, he thought he might be alone in this jungle. He climbed down the tree and started towards the smoke. As Zane began to get closer, he saw pieces of metal, fabric, and glass everywhere. The plane had been torn to pieces. The tail end of the aircraft was the first piece that he saw intact. He heard some moaning from inside and ran to see if it was his parents. "Is that you, Xander?" a voice asked from inside the crushed tail. "Dad, is that you?" Zane shouted with excitement as he climbed in, only to see that it was not his father. It was a very injured Mickey. "Are you okay, Mickey?" asked little Zane as he helped unbury Mickey from the debris. "Just a broke leg, mate. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to live," Mickey said while exiting the separated piece of the plane. He took a good look at the wreckage. "We're lucky to even be alive, young man," Mickey said with a couple more glances around. "Where's the captain? Where are your parents? Where's the rest of the plane?" Zane pointed behind them at the heaps of metal that was the other half of the aircraft, about 50 yards away. "Hurry, Mickey. Let's go help them now. My father always knows what to do," he yelled while he ran toward the wreckage. Mickey tried to keep up, but his leg was broken and making the walk more of an intense wobbly limp. "I'll catch up, kid. You go on ahead," Mickey yelled as he fell to the ground in pain. Zane ran towards the wreckage, looking for his parents with a world of hope. "If Mickey is okay, and I'm okay, then my parents are okay too," he thought. As he came to the other half of the wreckage, his hopes began to give way to fear. The entire plane was smashed, and inside was incinerated. It was just a big black heap of coal. Mickey finally caught up to Zane, only to see him crushed with sorrow. Mickey understood as well that no one could have survived the carnage that was left. He couldn't believe the luck that he had when the tail broke off, or that Zane's seat had detached. Mickey grabbed Zane, who was crippled with sadness, and they both wept uncontrollably. After about an hour, they were both completely out of tears. Mickey knew that despite the sadness of the situation, they had to act fast if they were going to survive. Okay, kid. I understand that this is one of the worst things that you'll ever experience, but right now we have to focus on surviving. It's just you and me now," Mickey said while looking at a serious Zane's sorrow-filled eyes. Zane understood that his parents were gone, and that they would be gone too if they didn't act fast. Zane dried his eyes. "We need to find water," Mickey smiled and said, "Kid, you might just get us out of here alive." Mickey explained the known dangers of this particular jungle that he had learned in his research. He gave Zane his pistol and sent him in search of water. Meanwhile, he rummaged through the wreckage to find the survival kit and anything else that could help them get out of the jungle alive. While going through the burnt plane, he came across pieces of flesh and bone and carefully placed them into a surviving duffel bag. He found the survival kit inside of a metal box, and the kit contained a lighter, a knife, 5 gallons of drinking water, a first aid kit, a flare gun, a pistol with a little bit of ammunition, a flashlight, a compass, and about a week's worth of canned food. As Mickey was rummaging through the debris, he heard a clinking sound while shifting through some ash. He uncovered the area and realized the object was the statue. "This is all your fault. If I knew a way to destroy you, I would do it myself," Mickey thought, as he stared deeply into the eyes of the golden ape, wondering if the curse was actually real. "Get a grip, mate. It's just a piece of gold with diamonds. Anybody would like to gawk at this thing like that." As he set it down, he continued to search through the wreckage for anything that could be used for survival. Mickey was sure to clean up as much of the carnage from the accident as he could before Junior returned. The last thing he wanted was for little Xander to find burned up pieces of his loved ones laying on the ground. Something like that would be hard to stay in survival mode and a surviving state of mind. After he cleaned up as much as he could, Mickey dug a large hole and buried the duffel bag of what was left of their departed companions, and marked it with a cross. "The boy has been gone for over an hour now looking for water. He's a smart boy. He'll be okay," Mickey thought as he began to make a better splint for his broken leg using the supplies he had found. "He has a pistol. I haven't heard a shot. That's a good sign," he thought. Meanwhile, Zane set to find water in a direction that was downhill, just like his father always taught him in their upstate camping hunting trips. His father always used to say, "If you ever get lost in the wilderness, find water. That will at least keep you alive and bring you to people." When entering a valley in the jungle, Zane would find little trickles of water and decided to follow them. Eventually, the streams became larger and larger until it became a network of small rivers, all running into one another. He started to fill the canteens with water. As he did so, he could hear the water raging in the distance. Zane felt safe with the pistol and decided to investigate the raging sounds coming from downstream. Although he felt safe, he was very aware. His father always told him to look for water, but to understand that water attracts wildlife too. He wasn't sure what type of wildlife he was going to find deep in the jungle, but he knew that there were jaguars, snakes, and monkeys. He approached the area where the sound was coming from and saw an area opening up. It was one of the most beautiful things he had ever witnessed. The area was a pond about 50 feet across. The noise was a large waterfall leading into the pond, which gave way to a smaller waterfall where the river continued. The water had a tint of green, but it was very clear and looked extremely clean. There were many fish in the pond in the area that he could see right through the water. The area around the water was very vibrant and colorful with wild plants and flowers. If it weren't for being such a faraway place, a lot of people would love to come just to see it and take pictures, he thought. As Zane was admiring the beauty of the place from the top of the waterfall, he noticed something moving in the bushes below. It was a big cat-like animal with tons of spots all over it. As it came out of the bushes, Zane could see that it was a jaguar. Zane began to shake with fear as he pulled out the pistol and chambered a bullet, pointed it at the jaguar. The fumbling sounds he made and the cocking of the gun startled the jaguar. It also gave away Zane's position. The jaguar's eyes became fixed on Zane for several moments, but after a while, he took a drink of water and vanished back into the jungle. Zane lowered the pistol, still trembling from the experience. Either I'm lucky, or he's not hungry, he thought. Whatever his chances of luck were, he decided it was time to go back to Mickey. He turned around and found himself face to face with a giant gorilla. Zane was frozen with fear and decided that it would be a bad idea to try and run. His father always told him that if he ever encountered an animal in the wild, to never run, and never look directly in his eyes either. Zane closed his eyes and tried to believe he was somewhere else. He felt a tug on his pant leg. He opened his eyes to look down and saw a baby gorilla playing with a shoelace. His heart melted as the baby gorilla appeared. This scared Zane even more. The only thing more dangerous than a bear is a bear with cubs. Everyone knows that, he thought. Zane was waiting for the mother gorilla to tear him to pieces that he could hardly control his whimpering. She gave him a few sniffs, tugged on his shirt, pulled his hair somewhat gently, never being aggressive in any way. Zane could hear the sounds of the other gorillas coming from the forest. The mother grabbed her baby, threw it on her back, and walked around Zane towards the waterfall. Before the other gorillas could arrive, Zane sprinted into the jungle toward the crash site. Mickey could hear in the bushes something coming at him at rapid speed. He pulled out the gun and found in the survival kit and was ready for anything. Just then, Zane came bolting out of the bushes and into Mickey's arms. He was completely out of breath. Are we expecting anything else to come out of those bushes? Did you see something? Mickey asked while pointing the gun at the opening that Zane had come from. Zane explained what had happened at the waterfall with the jaguar and the gorilla. Sounds about right, kid. I don't think we're going to be alone too much this deep in the brush. There's a lot of life out here. We got to keep both eyes open. But don't worry, we have plenty of bullets and enough food for a couple weeks. I found a banana tree we could live off of for now. Let's try to save the canned food for our journey out of here. Zane looked at Mickey's leg and asked, Are you sure you can walk out of here? Mickey tapped on his first aid work. That's what the splint's for. Besides, we don't have a choice. Nobody's even going to know we're missing for about a week. By then, we could be cat food, or even worse, caught by the natives. God only knows what they'll do to us if we get caught. Remember, Zane, that if it comes down to it, and my leg slows us down, even if I get caught, don't let them catch you. The two of them made the existing tell of the plane their shelter for the evening. Zane collected his bananas and brought them to Mickey while he planned for them to leave in the morning at first light. But Zane was still a little confused about one thing. "Mickey, why did the Bantu warriors attack us?" Mickey looked at him sympathetically and uncovered the statue. "Because of this." "Because of that? That's the reason all those people died?" Zane asked while holding his tears back. It wasn't easy, but Mick took the time to explain to Zane how important the statue was to the people of Africa. He then had to explain so much more, that how many people have died to obtain the possession of the statue. Zane could understand why the Holy Village would want it gone. "If it wasn't for that treasure, I'd still have my parents. And so would a lot of other people. We need to get rid of it," he said, looking at it disgustingly. Mickey stared deep into the eyes of the statue. "We'll bury it under that banana tree. That way, when we get out, we know where it is. And then, even if we don't come back, we could protect it from them." Chapter 7. Mickey and Zane woke up just before sunrise in the tail of the plane that they had converted into a shelter for the evening. They began to collect their things that they were going to need for the long journey that was going to be their escape from the jungle. As the drawing of the new day began to illuminate the crash site, they could see their camp had been ravished. "Monkeys," said Mickey. "If you leave anything unattended out here, they're going to snatch it up. They're like raccoons with hands, but twice as mischievous with curiosity." Mickey used the compass from the survival kit and decided that the closest city that he found in the country was going to be west. With their bags full of water, their canned food, bananas, and ammunition for their pistols secure on their hips, they began their journey through the jungle. According to Mickey's calculations, this was going to be about 150 miles through no man's land of jungle that lay ahead. "It might take us about a week if we keep moving at this pace," Mickey told Zane, but Mickey was not accounting for his broken leg that seemed to hurt more with every step. "I feel like I'm getting eaten alive, mate. It wouldn't be so bad if they didn't itch so much," Mickey said while slapping yet another mosquito off the back of his neck. "Here, Mickey, try this," Zane said as he finished the banana that he was eating and began to rub the peel on Mickey's bug bites. "Oh, that's much better, Zane. Where did you learn to do that?" asked Mickey. "Mr. Bandabo showed me at the village," Zane said as he remembered how peaceful it was back at the village. "Do you think we'll make it, Mickey?" asked Zane as he tried to climb through the thick of the jungle. "Well, I'm going to be honest with you, kid. Out here there's a lot that can go wrong. There's animals that are probably watching us right now, just waiting for us to mess up, just waiting for us to step on the wrong snake or get bitten by the wrong spider. I hear this place is more treacherous than even in the Australian rainforest where I'm from, and out there everything's trying to kill you, mate. That's why we have to be careful even with certain plants in the area. You see, in Australia, there's a plant that we call a stinging tree. Just one touch, and you feel like you're on fire, and it could last weeks, months, even years. There's a lot of tales of men shooting themselves just to escape the pain. And if there's anything like that out here, these bullets might start looking pretty friendly. And besides the plants and animals that are doing their best to off us, I believe we have made the villagers' most wanted list. And I'm not trying to scare you, kid. I'm just letting you know how serious it is to stay away from the natives at the moment. Keep an eye out for plants and animals with bright colors. Those are usually the nasty ones." Zane understood the dangers that were ahead. What really worried him was Mickey's broken leg. Every hour they had to stop. Mickey seemed to be in excruciating pain and had tears running out his eyes sometimes. At this rate, it might take a month to get through 150 miles of jungle, Zane thought. After 2 full days of travel, they were both exhausted. The jungle was thick and unforgiving. Mickey's leg was getting worse by the hour. It was now bleeding profusely, and with every step, his leg was bleeding even more, and he was letting out louder, painful grunts. "Let's make camp here," Mickey said. Zane realized that Mickey's decision to stop was about 2 hours earlier than planned. The sun was still shining, but Zane could see the torture in Mickey's eyes. "Can I see the map?" asked Zane. Mickey handed him the map with a very defeated look on his face. How far have we come?" "About 20 miles," Mickey replied, and then he rolled over and sprawled up onto the ground as he said in a sad voice, "I'm sorry, kid. I don't think I'm going to make it. My leg is too mangled, and I feel myself getting sick and feverish from the injury." Zane patted him on the shoulders while staring at the map and said, without a doubt, "You'll make it, Mickey, as long as you don't give up." Zane learned from his father many times that if you're in a survival situation, the key is to never give up, to never stop moving. "I'm going to fill up the canteen at the biggest river I see on the map right here. It's just a little ways out of the way. It's less than a mile. Get some rest, Mickey." Zane set off to get water while Mickey passed out from pure weary. If he didn't get some type of treatment soon, he might die of this infection. Mickey was starting to constantly feel tired as the day went through the travel, and he was calling camp much earlier. "So this is it. This is how I'm going out. Well, I guess it could have been the plane crash. Could have been at the hands of one of the natives," Mickey thought. But Mickey had to stop thinking for a second. What about the kid? He remembered. I have to find a way to make it at least to make sure that he makes it out alive. After Zane cut through the tireless jungle for about an hour and a half, he could finally hear the water running. The jungle gave way to an open area. Zane could see the river was very large. It was a couple 100 yards across and moving very slowly. He began to fill the canteens with water, and he heard the sound of people. He scanned the horizon and saw smoke rising from the other side of the riverbank. He also heard kids laughing and looked over to see 5 children frolicking and jumping into the river. But there was one thing Zane noticed that might help him and Mickey get out alive, was that there was people, and they were living around. Zane sprinted through the trail of the jungle that he had cut through and didn't stop until he reached a very weak Mickey. "Time to go, Mickey. I found us a way out," Zane said as he was checking the map again. Mickey, trying to pick his head up, asked, "What are you talking about? I can't move, kid. You're gonna have to go on without me." Zane said with a very determined look on his face and started to pack up their camp. "No time to explain, Mickey, but we have to go now." Mickey was getting frustrated with Zane for not filling him in on his plan, but said, "Kid, I can't move. Can't you see?" Zane looked at him smiling and said, as he put Mickey's arm over his shoulder, "Looks like I'm going to have to move you then. All we need to do is get to this river and then we'll make it out alive. You'll never have to move again." It took about an hour to drag Mickey through the jungle under the riverbank. The sun was starting to set for the day. Zane set Mickey down and finally revealed his plans. "Okay, Mickey, look across the river. Do you see that village? There's a little fishing village just beyond the trees. Now look at the map. The river will take us back towards the crash site for about a day, but then it curves west and runs right into the city that we're trying to get to." Mickey looked at the map confused. "So you want us to swim for 4 days in that river?" Zane said laughingly and looked at Mickey as he pointed across the river. "That village has canoes, and I'm going to take one once it gets dark." As the night became dark, Zane started walking up the river to begin swimming across. He walked up river knowing that he's going to be swept down by the current and had to counteract his position. The river was a couple 100 yards across, and he had no idea what might be in the water, but if Mickey was going to survive, then Zane could not fail. As he entered the water, he began to swim. He remembered with his father learning how to swim in the ocean during the summers in New York. His father always told him that if he ever got tired or swept away by the currents, that he should float on his back to save energy. He also learned that if you're going to swim a long distance, not to swim too fast, and to always pace yourself. The swim was almost an hour long, and Zane was exhausted when he reached the other side. He knew that he was lucky to even reach the other side through the currents. An unknown beast could have been in the water. And just as he started to untie one of the canoes, he heard the villages full of laughter. He began to think of his parents. Of course, he knew not to stay with those thoughts. If he wanted to survive, he had to focus on surviving alone, as well as helping Mickey. Zane grabbed one of the canoes from the riverbank and 2 oars, As he began to cross the river, he found the canoes were very fast. It took him up to an hour to swim across the river, mostly swimming, but merely 10 minutes in the canoe to get back. He finally landed where Mickey was lying in the tall grass on the bank of the river. He loaded up the food and supplies in the canoe. Mickey had to be dragged most of the way, but finally managed his way back. The two of them set down the river in the dark. Mickey was happy to not have to walk again, and the two of them slept in the canoe and floated down the gently flowing river. The next morning, they woke up in the canoe to a bright, beautiful sunrise. The jungle was roaring with birds and chirping, with birds chirping and monkeys howling. Mickey was still sick, but feeling much better. The two of them had calculated that in the past 7 hours that they had slept, they were almost back to where they started 2 days before. At this rate, we should be hitting the city in no time, maybe about 2 days. Good job, Zane. That was a great idea, Mickey said while he was dressing the wound after cleaning it. As they drifted around the river bend, there was a smell in the air that was all too familiar. It was the smell of burning rubber, jet fuel, and burnt brush. They were back in the area where they had crashed the plane a few days earlier. The river runs just by the area before flowing west to the city, just like Zane had predicted. Wow, that was fast. It only took 8 hours to go as far as we did in 2 days? This water was a very good idea. Yeah, mate, we should be on our way in no time, said Mickey. Suddenly, there was a loud voice screaming in the Bantu battle cry. And at least 50 men began swimming towards the canoe. They made a barrier of bodies, holding hands across the river while others swam straight for the canoe. It wasn't long before they swamped Mickey and Xander out of the canoe and dragged them back to shore. The warriors carried Mickey and Zane all the way back to the crash site where they were bound by ropes made from vines. As they looked up, they could see a very beat and battered warrior. Mickey smiled as to not show any fear and said, well, Mr. Bandabo, looks like you're still under the curse. You don't die easy, do you? Banda laughed while uncovering his missing eye. Now you have shot me, Banda said while punching Mick with every statement. Cut my throat, as he turned to Zane and kicked the 12-year-old in the face, cutting his cheek. Thrown me out of a plane, he said while kicking Mickey. Now tell me where the statue is and maybe I'll let your little friend live, Banda said while choking Mickey and gesturing toward Zane. Mickey mumbled something while being choked. Banda let go to hear what Mickey was trying to say. What was that? Asked Banda. Mickey, looking at him, still managed to smile and say, You forgot to mention one thing. I stabbed your eye out too, Mickey said while choking on his own throat as he spit a mouthful of blood and teeth into Banda's face. Banda laughed as he wiped his face. This one thinks he's brave. I like you, Mr. Larson, Mick. We're going to have a lot of fun, and I promise you, you will tell me where our woman is. The warriors made a camp at the crash site and began to interrogate both of them. They would catch wasps and sting both of them several times and place them on an anthill and let the ants eat their legs. After 2 days of pure torture at the crash site, Mickey noticed that the warriors started to collect their things and break down their huts. It was obvious that they would be moving soon. A warrior approached Mickey with a pink flower in his hand with a blue vine. He then began to rub it on Mickey's broken legs and his infections. Banda approached the warrior doing this and said something in Bantu. He then looked at Mickey and said, That should take care of the infection. It's an antiseptic plant. We have decided that finishing our plans with you before we find the statue may not be a good idea, but we have plans that work especially well if we keep you alive. The next day, the warriors tied the two of them together like a chain gang with the vines. They started to move out. Mickey noticed that his leg was significantly better. The plant must have been some type of magic, he thought, as they made their way through the thick jungle. Mickey had a smile on his face as he looked down in front of him at Zane's hands that were bound behind his back. Zane had been cutting away at the vines with that razor-sharp Jaguar Claw ever since they left the crash site. Mickey was proud of him, but worried about his plans to escape. I guess anything's better than where they're taking us. Good luck, kid, he thought. Suddenly, the warrior stopped. They all stood very still, each with his spear in combat position. Mickey and Zane looked up to see a pack of huge gorillas that were crossing their path about 100 feet ahead. They stopped to look at the warriors for a second. In the midst of the stare, Banda said very calmly, "Do not make any sudden movements. Do not look them in the eyes." As the warriors stood still, Mickey could see that Zane had been completely freed because of the Jaguar Claw. As the band of gorillas was passing ahead, Mickey whispered to Zane, Now's your chance. Good luck, kid." Zane nodded his head. In a flash, Zane began sprinting from the warriors into the jungle. As he ran, the gorillas began to tense up and growl. The largest gorilla charged at the warriors, but they held their ground. He stopped right in front of Banda, thumping his chest and showing his giant teeth. After a few moments, he went silent, and they could still hear Zane sprinting through the jungle in the distance. The gorillas focused his attention towards the noise in the distance and bolted down the path that Zane had made. Zane ran through the jungle with such intensity that his face was covered in scratches from the bushwhacking himself with the thick marsh. He was sprinting, and he began to recognize where he was. This was the same area that he covered while looking for water when the plane first crashed. He began to travel down the streams, knowing that he would come across that pond with the waterfall. Zane was almost to the pond when he heard the grunting coming from behind him in the distance. He turned around to see the large gorilla sprinting toward him. Zane could see the pond in the distance and began to run for it, but the grunting was getting closer and closer. He entered the area where he had seen the gorillas before, and he could hear the splashing of the sprinting gorilla behind him. Zane leapt off the waterfall and into the pond. The gorilla stayed on top, growling and thumping his chest. Zane noticed that under the waterfall was a bit of a cave. He swam into it. He entered the cave, and it gave way to a large room. Inside this cave, it was beautiful, and the deeper he went, the quieter the sound of the waterfall became. There were cavern cracks in the ceiling that would make for the jungle floor so small that nobody would notice them while walking through the trees above. The cracks in the ceiling allowed the sun to shine into the cave that made for quite a majestic lighting effect. Zane had a backpack full of canned food and his Jaguar Claw. He decided that the food could hold him over until the warriors stopped searching for him, and then he could make it his escape to the city. After about 3 hours, he could hear some talking above through one of the cracks in the ceiling. He followed the noise, and he found Mickey still tied up to Banda as they searched for him. They took a break right in front of one of the areas where the cracks was so that Zane could hear him. "So, Mr. Larson, what's your plan? You guys were going to follow the river downstream to the city? I hope you know that I'm the only person in that city that speaks English. Even if you would have made it, they would have sought me out just to talk to you." Mickey laughed while staring at Banda. "Well, mate, it looks like this was a better way to go about it. At least this way the kid would get out alive." Banda smiled back. "You really think that kid will survive this jungle? This is one of the most dangerous places on the planet. I know many men much greater than that little boy who have died here, consumed by the jungle. And as for killing you two, we had other plans. I do not kill in vain. I just want the statue back. The warriors you killed back at the village did not die in vain. They died in battle. It is a very proud death. And if you give me the statue, of course, many people will die fighting over it for years to come. But if you don't give me the statue, many villages will be killed as well, for they will be raided just looking for it. No one will ever believe that a white man had taken it from the grounds of our holy village at the hands of the holiest chief. If you knew what was good for everyone, you would tell me where the statue is." Mickey looked seriously at Banda. "Do you think I really know where it's at? You think I would be sitting there getting stung by wasps that I wouldn't have told you? And that we would remember where it's at after crashing the plane? We're just trying to survive, and then you guys showed up. That's it." Banda shook his head. "Of course you would lie about it, Mr. Larson. You're a man cursed, and you would rather die than give up the statue." Zane was listening from below in the cave, and his heart was sinking in fear. He thought that the city would have been his salvation, but it turns out Banda runs the city. He sat in the cave trying to fight back his tears, realizing that he might be stuck in the jungle alone. Mickey and the warriors moved on after a few hours of searching around the pond area. Zane stayed in the cave until nightfall, and he found it hard to sleep. He realized that in his situation, alone in the jungle with almost no food, no weapons, because the warriors had taken them, no direction to go, and almost no hope. The little hope he had was the thought of his father's words of wisdom he shared on his survival trips upstate. He could hear his father's words ringing in his mind. Son, if you ever find yourself stuck in the wilderness without any hope of being saved, just remember that with every breath that still fills your lungs is another chance to find a way. There's always another path besides laying down to die. What creates defeat is fear, and fear is not real. Opportunity is only hidden. And nobody dies when they are by themselves. They give up. There's always a way. And the same always goes for life, son.
Chapter 8. The jungle was hot during the day and uncomfortably warm at night. The humidity was unforgiving with its consistency. It rained almost every day, sometimes all day long. There was sunlight almost every day as well. The sun would shine through in between storms and leave just as fast as it came. There was an eerie fog-like mist most mornings that made the already frightening jungle seem that much more terrifying. There was never a sense of solitude at any given moment, because the thick vegetation was always teeming with life at all times, day and night. Zane stayed in the cave behind the waterfall at night. That's where he felt safe from the creatures and the elements of the jungle. In the first week by himself, he had transported anything useful or edible from the wreckage that was just an hour's walk from the pond. He had rations of canned food that would last maybe a month, and even that would be a stretch. He had materials to start a fire, but wouldn't dare in fear that Mr. Bandabo and his tribesmen would see it in the distance and discover him. God only knows what happened to Mickey, he thought, and he decided he would have to take his fate into his own hands. I think the jungle would be more forgiving than being caught by the tribesmen, he thought. Zane had plenty of water, which was the most important thing. He never drank from the pond or stream because he remembered his father always preached against it and would explain how it could get you sick. He remembers him saying, "The ponds are where the bacteria form. If you can, drink from a spring or try to collect rain." Luckily for Zane, there was plenty of rain every day. He would make baskets the way he was taught to back in the Holy Village. There were plants with giant leaves that Zane would align the baskets with to make them impenetrable as to collect rain. The next thing he had to figure out was where he'd get food. When his rations ran out, he was going to be in trouble. Zane would again have to remember his father's teachings on his trips upstate when they were surviving in the wilderness. He would remember his father saying, "Son, in the case of food, in any emergency, just watch the animals." The early Native Americans learned about food and medicine from watching the animals. You too can learn from doing this. If they eat it, it's most likely not poisonous. There were plenty of animals for Zane to watch. In his opinion, there were too many. The jungle was alive and loud 24 hours a day. During the day, Zane would explore the surrounding areas to familiarize himself with his new home. He had no idea how long he was going to be here, so he might as well get comfortable with his territory. At night, he would seclude himself in the cave by the pond. It was the only place the animals couldn't be found, and the only place he was comfortable enough to get any actual sleep. On his ventures out, Zane would see hundreds of birds, bugs, snakes, small cats, monkeys, and gorillas. The monkeys would pester him, steal stuff from him, and often follow him for hours, screaming and screeching and throwing stuff from the trees at him. But even the monkeys didn't go near the gorillas. He would always think, it seems like maybe the gorillas are the true kings of the jungle. Zane followed but kept a safe distance from the gorillas. He thought, if they could survive out here, I wonder what they're eating. He would trail behind the gorillas through the jungle, knowing the gorillas were aware of his presence. He knew because if he got too close, the largest gorilla of them all would turn around and pound the ground while hooting. as if to tell Zane to keep his distance. Zane would study the band of gorillas all day to figure out what they ate. There were 12 gorillas in all. The largest was a male. The rest appeared to have been female, except for a couple small ones that seemed to be the offspring of the big male. Every day, Zane would follow them, eating what they ate, which was a variety of fruit, insects, and different types of leaves. He wasn't very thrilled about the diet, but he knew he had no choice in order to survive. And to achieve survival, this meant sacrificing a lot of taste. Watching the band of gorillas became an everyday thing. Where they went, Zane went. Where they ate, Zane ate. He studied the gorillas. He began to start to realize the individuality of each one. There was an alpha male that was the largest and meanest. Zane decided to call him Tier, which means beast in German. Xander Sr. had taught his son fluent German as a child because the war threats at the time looked in Germany's favor. He had no idea if German was going to be the first language spoken after the war, so he decided to teach his son just in case. It was practically his first language, and he knew it well enough to read and write. The more time he spent with the band, the more he could tell them apart. He could tell the difference in recognition between their faces almost as if they were people. One day, there was a young gorilla that was born while Zane observed. As a child watching, it was quite scary because he had no idea what was going on until the infant arrived. The gorilla was just growling and moaning loudly, and all of a sudden he saw it happen and understood right then she was in labor. It was the prettiest baby gorilla he had ever seen. He decided to name her Lieb, which means pretty or sweet in German. Zane was always careful not to intrude on the band's territory, but it was becoming both a source of education and entertainment for him to watch. He learned what to eat and how to survive. Zane had now become to a point of not only recognizing their face, but he had named each and every one of them and understood their personalities. For the gorillas, every day was a reset to a new beginning. At first light, they awoke from the nest they had built the night before, and they go off in search of food. Tyr was obviously the leader. Wherever he went, the rest just followed. When the food was found, he got the first pick and sometimes the only pick, if there wasn't enough to go around. The rest of the band didn't seem to mind Zane being around after a couple weeks, but Tyr would still chase Zane off if he ever got too close. When he wasn't watching the gorillas, Zane stayed in the cave or by the pond for a quick escape if the band too were to ever come through. The cave was also a good place to stay away from predators and insects. It seemed that once he swam behind the waterfall and into the cave, no animals would ever go back there. There were no bugs and no insects. The mosquitoes were unyielding during the first weeks in the brush, but after about the third week, they mysteriously stopped bothering him as much. Around the fourth week, Zane had begun to notice that he knew when the gorillas were on the move, and most likely where they'd be. It was a strange feeling because though the gorillas never moved in a pattern, the entire jungle seemed to move in a surreal, rhythmic flow that he could not describe to himself, but could only feel. Some days, it was like he could smell the air and know exactly what the weather was going to be like. Sometimes Zane would venture back to the crash site of the plane and rummage through the wreckage in case there was something useful he had missed. There was clothing, books, and even a couple of plane seats that Zane took back to the cave to set up a home-like atmosphere. After all, he'd been here for more than a month and wasn't sure how long he'd be. The books became his only connection to the outside world. There was a book on the history of the African continent that fascinated Zane the most. He was astounded by the violence and war that was waged in the name of money and in the name of greed. It was this that reminded him of the statue and that it was the reason why he was stuck in the jungle in the first place. The southern part of the continent had been ransacked for diamonds for almost 200 years by the entire world. Thousands of lives lost due to a shiny, clear gemstone. Zane wondered how many lives, besides his parents and the warriors that attacked the plane, had been taken because of the statue. Zane read his book while pondering how ashamed he was of the human race. People's need for riches seemed to outweigh the respect for any human being's life. Zane was taught the 10 Commandments in Sunday school. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet. Zane couldn't find the commandments that weren't broken in the history of African affairs. And all of it started with coveting, just like his father said. I can't imagine the gorillas acting like this, Zane thought. Although sometimes they fought each other for territory, food, or protecting their young, there really wasn't much murder. For the most part, they lived relatively harmoniously. The gorillas took only what they needed and shared everything. After reading almost the entire book on the violent history of Africa, Zane promised himself that if it were up to him, no person would ever see that statue again. He found a secret spot in the back of the cave and buried the statue as deep as he could. As he thought, I will be the last person to die for the statue. If nobody knows where you can be found, then nobody can kill to get to you. I will be the last person to protect you from the world. Chapter 9. The smells in the air were beginning to have signs and have meanings. Zane's eyes began to catch certain plants, colors, and lighting. His hearing became impeccable. Even the slightest sounds in the distance could be heard and understood. Zane was feeling more and more every day in tune with the vibrational flow of the jungle. Zane hadn't seen the band of gorillas in a few days and realized that he missed them more than he wanted to be rescued. Although Tyr still wouldn't let him get too close, Zane still felt as if they were family for the past 4 months. He was not only surviving, he was thriving in the jungle, and he had the band of gorillas to thank for that. Every day he would pick fruit, roots, and leaves he had seen eaten by the gorillas. He even began to crave certain plants that now taste better than any dish he had ever eaten back home. It was early in the morning when Zane had heard the noise coming from the pond area near the entrance of the cave. He went to see what all the commotion was about. Outside, Zane found little Liab splashing in the water with a stick. He noticed it wasn't a female. He thought when Liab was born that it was a female, and that's why he named her Liab. But now he's noticing with age that it's a male, and he was getting very big very fast. He stopped splashing and just stared at Zane. After a few minutes, Zane went back into the cave. The splashing became louder this time. Zane walked out of the cave yelling, "Hey, knock it off, you rascal! I'm trying to read." Liab just stared. Zane tried to relax one more time in the cave, but the splashing continued. It was then that Zane realized that Liab was just trying to get his attention. Liam would just sit there and stare at Zane, almost as if he missed being around him. "Hey, where's the rest of your family?" Zane shouted. He began to swim out and look for the other gorillas. "Are you by yourself here?" Zane asked as he reached out to the shore of the pond near Liab. This was the closest he had been to any of the gorillas. Liab crawled over to Zane, and the two reached out toward each other and fully extended their hands. They fully extended their fingers and touched for a second before quickly pulling away. This happened several times. As the two of them became more comfortable with each other in the first few moments, Liab began grooming Zane. Zane couldn't help but laugh as the young gorilla dug through his hair and the two began to play with each other. They wrestled and played for several moments, and all of a sudden there was a loud hooting. Zane looked up at the top of the waterfall. It was Liab's mother. He decided to name her Oma, which means grandmother in German. She didn't seem to be mad or aggressive. In fact, she seemed to be sitting and watching the entire time. Zane was just focused on Liab and hadn't seen her. She came down to where Zane and Liab were playing. Oma grabbed Liab and threw her on his back and began walking without even acknowledging or threatening Zane. He was astonished at how close he came and how comfortable he felt, even with the baby involved. He almost felt accepted. The next day, Zane began collecting fruit from a nearby tree for breakfast. He heard the brushes moving as he turned to see what it was, and a banana hit him in the face. It was Liab. He had a handful of fruit that he brought to set at his feet. Zane smiled at him and asked, "I guess having hands for feet makes it a bit easier to climb trees and pick the fruit, doesn't it?" Zane and Liab made it a daily practice to sneak off together and play. They would pick fruit together and play chase games and wrestle for hours before Oma would start hooting for him to come back. From time to time, She would often see the two of them frolicking. They were the only contact Zane would have with another living creature. And after 6 months in the jungle, Zane didn't feel alone anymore. He even began to feel happy, as if he was part of the band. The other gorillas weren't skittish around him anymore, and some would even play with him and Liab. One day, while playing, after a meal of bananas and leaves, Zane felt extremely tired and accidentally fell asleep in Oma's nest. When he awoke, he found that he was in the middle of the entire band of gorillas cuddled together. Some were asleep, and some were just enjoying the comfort of one another. Zane could not find the words to describe and the thoughts and feelings that he felt as he lay there surrounded in this harmonious love. The joy of the jungle and the purity of the gorilla life was a love that he had never had before in his life. But it also made him forget almost completely about his previous life in New York. Almost all the gorillas in the band had accepted him as one of their own. When they ate, he ate with them. When they slept, he slept with them. The band was his new family. Tyr was the only one that wasn't accepting as the rest. This was his band after all. But the reason was still unknown to Zane, whether it was a trust issue or if it was personal. Several times, Tyr would be moving towards Zane and just growl at him. Every now and then, he would throw something or push him out of the way. In those times, Oma would usually be there to protect him. But as mean as he could be, there was never a time when a dangerous animal or a band of gorillas or even a group of Bantu warriors would be passing through the area that Tyr didn't lay his claim of the territory. He protected the entire group, including Zane. The Bantu warriors were not much of a problem for the most part. This area seemed to be guerrilla territory and off limits to most men. There were passing by parties that would be heading toward the river, but Tyr would always hear them from a distance and do what he could to keep them away. Zane felt very safe from the Bantu tribesmen here. After all, he thought, God only knows what happened to Mickey. Every so often, there would be another group of gorillas that would cross paths with Tyr's band. Most of them were friendly. However, another gorilla decided to test Tyr in his territory. It never ended well, and this time it didn't either. There was another male that would try to take Oma for himself, and Zane would watch Tyr rip him apart. It was then that Zane saw how powerful Tyr truly was. There he understood Tyr's standard, and Zane was accepted. He understood that if he wanted to, Tyr could rip Zane's arms and legs off, limb from limb like the wings on a fly. All of the smart gorillas feared and respected Tyr. He seemed to know this about himself and be proud of it. There really wasn't much that he was afraid of. Zane thought that Tyr feared nothing at all until one day he finally saw what scared Tyr the most. Enough for Zane to finally see fear in his eyes. Chapter 10. The months in the jungle gave way to the first year. Zane began to forget his life as a human. His sadness was replaced by instinct. His hope of being saved was replaced by survival. And his loneliness was replaced by the love he felt for the acceptance of the band of gorillas. They were now his family. Even reading the books he had found became a feeling of disappointment for his fellow humans. The greed had made no sense to him anymore. Greed of money, greed of possessions like gold or diamonds, and especially greed of power. Tyr had the most in the band because he was the leader, but they enjoyed him to be the leader. He was the strongest, so he had the first choice of food, but he always made sure that every gorilla had something to eat. Even Zane got his portions from Tyr these days. And if there was ever a threat, Tyr was the first to step in harm's way for the rest. It made sense for him to be in charge. He was nothing like the kings and politicians that Zane read about in his books, those who send the poor and weak to fight each other so that the rich could get richer. Tyr wanted the entire band to eat rich and be safe. Zane and Liab were now best friends. Every day they would find food together and spend the rest of the afternoon playing. As time went on, Liab grew stronger, so much so that he surpassed Zane's strength within the second year. That's when he noticed that he would get much stronger than Zane, but even though he was much stronger, they always played equal and sometimes Zane would even win the wrestling matches. Oma seemed to enjoy watching them grow together and was always there to help build them nests at night. Over time, Zane began to spend all of his time with the band of gorillas. He didn't retreat into the cave anymore. He was now part of the family. Zane knew he was truly part of the band one day when a male gorilla from another band crossed over into Tyr's territory. He began to beat his chest at Zane. The unfamiliar gorilla charged Zane and smashed into him with a large fist. Zane was thrown so hard to the ground that he bounced. He was unable to crawl away because he was so badly injured, and he had the wind knocked out of him. As the gorilla approached for the third time, Tyr came barreling out of the thick brush from the jungle and began beating the other gorilla. Zane could barely keep his eyes open as he watched Tyr and Oma both tear this gorilla limb from limb. He felt something on his shoulder pulling him, and he looked back to see Liab dragging him from the area and closer to the rest of the band. When the fight was over, the unfamiliar gorilla was more than dead. He was in pieces everywhere. Oma grabbed Zane and began to build a nest for him. He was bleeding profusely. Oma left and came back quickly with something in her hands. It was the same pink flower with the blue vine that the Bantu warriors rubbed on Mickey's infection. The Bantu must have learned this from watching the gorillas. In the same way that his father said that the natives knew the plants were edible, the Bantu found out about this flower from watching the gorillas and noticing it's medicinal. The recovery took 2 weeks, but with no broken bones and the flower doing most of the recovery, it was a very speedy recovery. Oma tended to Zane every day. She brought him food and even baskets that he had for collecting water. Zane realized then how special it was to be part of this particular band of gorillas. If it wasn't for Oma and Liab, he wouldn't have been able to even get close to the band. But now he was family. Now even Tyr tended to Zane on a couple of occasions and brought him food while he was hurt. Now he was definitely part of the band. And after a couple of months, he was back to full recovery from the beating and thankful to be alive. Zane was picking fruit one day when he realized he hadn't been to the cave in months. Because of his recovery, he hadn't been very spry, so he wasn't very far from it, and Liab was asleep in Oma's nest. He decided to venture near the pond where the cave was, alone. Once by the cave, he felt drawn to walk a bit further towards the crash site. As Zane ventured toward the jungle and got closer toward the wreckage, he could hear something he hadn't heard in almost 2 years. Human voices. Zane was careful about making noise and snuck near to hear what they were saying. "Now you promised me that you would take me to the Golden Ape. Now just where is it? I paid good money for this, you know," said a man in an English accent. There was a long pause of rummaging coming from the other side of the broken, rusting plain. Zane had been so relieved to hear a human voice that he almost leapt from the bushes, but he held back. Just then, he saw another man come from the other side who was digging through the debris. It was a tall black man with an eye patch. "I told you I would take you to a place where it was last seen. If I knew where it was, I wouldn't be here," said the man with an all too familiar face. The Englishman looked frustrated. "Mr. Banda, what good is it for me to fly down here and hike through the jungle for 4 days and find a Bantu warrior that not only speaks English, but has seen the Golden Ape if all you did was bring me to wreckage?" Banda looked up in an annoyed type of smile and said, "Because, Mr. Thompson, you offered me money. Good money. And besides, I'm looking for it too, and right now, that makes us business partners." Zane's heart sank as he realized that Mr. Banda was with the gentleman. He wasn't saved by any means. If Banda really was the only person for hundreds of miles who knows English and Bantu, Zane would never stand a chance. He listened closely from the bushes as he heard the two men talking about what had happened. Banda told the man the whole story and was convinced that Zane was dead. After all, no white man could ever stand a chance in this part of the jungle. With bull elephants, gorillas, and all things out here trying to kill you, he may have lasted 2 days at most. Banda said. If not for the gorillas, I would be dead, Zane thought. Zane backed out of the brush slowly as not to make any noise, and on his way back to the band, his thoughts were deep. This was now his home for good. The gorillas were without a doubt his new family. If Banda was the only person that spoke English, then Zane could not trust anyone who came to that part of the jungle, even if there were white men. The chances were that they were looking for the statue and will do anything to get it, and Zane knew he could not let that happen. Part 2, 15 years later. Chapter 11. The jungle was a sticky place for Porter Quinn. At age 65, his days of adventure were long behind him. His experience and expertise, however, was second to none in his field. He only came to Africa because he knew that if he found the target prize, he would at last be done with the business of museum crusades. He longed to finish his life's work, a series of books depicting his thoughts and views on a utopian society, free of money and politicians. And a twist of irony, he needed the money to buy this lifestyle in order to achieve the time he needed to finish such an expansive project of intellectual enlightenment. The adventure was left to Porter's assistant and protege, Janet. She was a 24-year-old girl, fresh out of college and ready for the exciting life of a field anthropologist historian. She was fearless and hungry to make her mark in the world of her expertise. This was her first paid excursion from the History Museum of London, and with her excitement and the professor's experience, they made a perfect team. Are you sure we're not lost, Mr. Boga? Asked Janet while slicing her machete through some dense vegetation. The small Bantu teenager kept waving and pointing forward, saying, Yes, this way. Last known location of the statue. Just up ahead now. Janet gritted her teeth as she frustratingly whispered to the professor, He's been saying that for 2 days. The professor laughed as he patted her on the shoulder and said, Welcome to Africa, where the help is as cheap as you can get, and you always get what you pay for. The only real way to know if your trip from the Congo was successful is if you're alive at the end. Janet hacked away from another bush. Real comforting, Mr. Professor, she said with dry sarcasm. Okay, stay close to me, Mr. Boga said with his thick African accent. We are now entering guerrilla territory. If you see one, just be very still and don't look him in the eyes, or he'll take it as a threat. If he charges at us, do not run or make noise. Just don't move. Janet, looking over at the professor, lipped the words, just don't move, as to mimic the Bantu guide, and letting her age show through her maturity and professional appearance. As they moved through the jungle, Mr. Boga told them stories of the hunters that have claimed to see the white man living with the gorillas. The professor explained that there is no way that a young boy could survive the crash unwounded and live for as long as he has in the jungle alone. He reassured the two of them that there was more of a folktale and conspiracy theory, and it was made up for tourism and made up to explain the boy's missing body, which was most likely eaten by animals. They also believed that if you look into the eyes of the statue, you'll be cursed, he said jokingly as he went on. He was most likely wounded in the crash. He tried to follow the direction to seek help and was eaten by the jungle. Or its local residents, Janet interrupted. They traveled for the next few hours through the merciless jungle as Janet made passive-aggressive remarks about the guide in an English way that he would never understand through his limited translation skills. They were mostly about his hygiene and how every half an hour he would tell them that they were almost to the crash site. It wasn't her intention to be mean or hurtful, but she was being eaten alive one bug at a time and figured that if he didn't understand it, then it was perfect for passing the time and alleviating the pain. As the jungle gave way, they came upon a waterhole. The pond was beautiful, and the water was feeding into it. It's not far now, Mr. Boga said, pointing in the direction of the waterfall. Maybe an hour. Janet climbed to the top of the waterfall and began taking some pictures. The area was gorgeous. It would be a shame not to bring any of this home with me, she thought. All of a sudden, there was a flash in the corner of her eye, and she turned and snapped a quick picture in the direction of the bushes that were now moving. She sprinted into the bushes after what she thought looked like a man. Whatever that was fast, she said. The shadow outrun her at an alarming pace, and all of a sudden she heard, "Do not move." As she turned around, she could see Mr. Boga moving slowly toward her with his eyes to the ground. He was moving very slowly, and he grabbed her by the shoulders and pointed her head down to the ground and pulled her away slowly. She turned her camera around just under arm and began taking pictures in the direction that she could not see. Once they got back to the pond, he said nothing to the professor about what had happened. He filled his canteen with water very quietly and said, "Come, it's this way. We're not too far now." Janet could not help but wonder what had happened in the jungle. She was a bit shaken up about the entire situation, but decided now was not the time to ask Mr. Boga what she had not seen. She understands that she would be better off just being happy in her ignorance and in one piece for now, and that's all she knew. After about 45 minutes, the team came to an opening where there was the remains of a plane crash. The entire area was overgrown. The wreckage of the crash, however, was littered with evidence of all who have rummaged through it for the details over the years. "I'll take it this area is quite popular for scouting through," the professor said with disappointment. "Well, I can certainly say I've seen worse. Let's make camp over here." Chapter 12. The camp was finally set up around sunset, before the unforgiving darkness of the jungle set in. Janet was exhausted from the days of hiking to the site and thought it would be easy to fall asleep. However, the event from earlier in the day by the pond had her mind racing. What was I chasing, she thought. Her imagination ran wild, keeping her wide awake. It didn't help that the jungle was twice as loud at night as it was during the day. There was enough buzzing and chirping to drive a person crazy, let alone let them sleep. Every time Janet fell asleep, the brushes would move, the wind would blow, or an animal would screech. This might be a long couple of days, she thought. As morning approached, the sounds began to change. The chirping and screeching gave way to the sounds of monkeys hooting and thousands of birds singing. There was a mist that covered the horizon, giving the jungle a very mysterious but majestic look. "Bloody hell," groaned the professor. "This place never shuts up," he said as he was sipping his morning tea. "I see you found it just as hard to sleep as I did last night, Professor," said Janet, as she set up her workstation tent. "Between these bug bites and the noise that's never ending, I'm surprised humans live out here." "What do you think the secret is?" Janet said while gesturing towards a heavily sleeping Mr. Boga. "I guess given enough time, you can get used to anything. Just ask my wife," the professor said as he smirked and enjoyed his tea. Janet finally finished setting up her work tent in a fastidious manner that would be described as obsessive and compulsive. Her tools were set up like they were on display for sale. Everything had its place and its area. An area for work, an area for tea, even a dark room in the back for developing her pictures. Professor Quinn had set up in a fraction of the time as Janet. He seemed to be a minimalist on his expeditions. Like the man that had been on many excursions, he takes only what he needs, and knows what he needs for that matter. Together they began work on the crash site to take into every account all the details they could put together for the survivors and the graves they were buried in. The site was ravished over the years by people trying to find the golden statue. They had to go through what was left of the wreckage with a fine-tooth comb if they were going to find any details that all of the raiders had missed. They set up areas of crisscross string and labeled them by letters. They dug carefully as not to miss any detail or clue. By the end of the day, the crash site looked like an area for digging up fossils for dinosaurs. Tired and still without lead, they decided to call it a day. They didn't get discouraged. "I've never found anything on the first day of excavation. It's usually the second day that gets all the prizes. Sometimes the third," said the professor. as he sat staring into the fire pit Mr. Iboga built for the evening. Xander was watching the camp from a tree in the distance. He had seen many people come to the crash site and rummage through the debris over the years. White men, black men, tribal men, even men with turbans. But this was the first time he had seen a girl camp here. As he watched her, he realized that this was the first girl he'd seen since childhood. He was hypnotized by everything about her. Her voice was like a song, her face like that of a flower. Xander couldn't stand it when he was running with the gorillas in the nesting area after it had become dark. He kept seeing her face in his head. Over and over, he kept hearing that voice in his thoughts. What is this madness? He tossed and turned through the night, completely unable to sleep. I have to go back tomorrow. I need to see her again, he thought. Just after sunset, Janet began to work in the darkroom she had set up in her workstation tent. She dipped the pictures in the water and hung them to dry, and as they began to develop, she could see the pictures of the professor and her as they began their journey to Africa. Professor Quinn asleep on the plain, haggling with an African caravan, Janet with a baby lion, and finally the pictures of the beginning of their trip into the jungle with Mr. Boga. She got to the end of the reel. As the pictures began to take form and visibility, she began to see what looked like a monster. She leaned closer to have a better look. As she felt something grab her from behind, she turned swiftly with one hand on her pistol and felt her heart drop. It was Mr. Boga. You frightened me, she said with a sigh of relief. So sorry, Miss Janet. I tried to clap outside your tent, but you didn't answer. I came in to make sure you were okay, he said with a smile. Janet had to remember that listening for clapping in Africa was a way of knocking at the doors, since they didn't have any actual doors. I'm sorry, Mr. Boga. All the noise of the jungle, it's hard to drown out everything here. Did you need something, she asked. Oh yes, I have a gift for you, he said while opening his satchel and reaching in to grab what looked like a small vial of liquid. The professor said you were having trouble with mosquitoes. This should help. It's an oil mixture with spearmint. The mosquitoes hate it. They'll stay away from you, he said while handing her the vial. Janet thought how she could have used this earlier in the week, but smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Boga. I see you captured your monster, the professor said as he entered the black room. Janet turned around and looked at the pictures that were finally developed. In one photo, there was a massive gorilla just meters behind her where Mr. Boga had guided her back to the pond with his eyes down. Oh, yes, this a big gorilla, said Mr. Boga as he was looking at the pictures. You're lucky to be alive, Miss Janet. He's a male, very old, but very strong. Maybe the biggest I've seen. And let out a good laugh as he added, I think I'm lucky too. He would have gotten us both, no problem. And laughed even harder as he handed the picture back to Janet. Okay, Mr. Boga, enough about that. You don't want to give her any nightmares, said the professor as he pushed Mr. Boga toward the tent door. He turned back to Janet and said, Never mind all that. You should get some rest. We have a big day tomorrow. Janet was stuck looking at the picture in disbelief and sighed. Yes, we do, Professor. It's day 2. That's when all the magic happens, right? The professor laughed. Exactly. Now try to get some sleep. The sooner we find this thing, the sooner we can get out of this wretched place. Janet was in complete disbelief. This close to a monster that size was more of enough of a story for her adventure. This picture was not only worth 1,000 words, it was worth 1,000 chills that ran up Janet's neck to give her goosebumps on her arms just thinking about how close to death and being torn limb from limb she was. She tossed the picture on her table and began to get ready for bed. She crawled into her cot, about to turn the light off when she remembered the first picture she took at the top of the waterfall by the pond. It was still hanging. She looked at the picture and was disappointed. The picture had become double exposed and was not very clear. Upon further inspection, she did spot something that looked like the shadow of a man. It was very vague through the double exposure, but she was certain it looked more like a man than ape, especially an ape they had encountered. The shadow seemed to be skinny and upright in a running position. Perhaps it's just late. Perhaps I'm seeing things. I should really get some sleep before I start to think I see Bigfoot, she thought as she lied down and turned off the light. 30 seconds later, she turned the light back on, grabbed the picture of the large gorilla to inspect it just one more time. Behind the gorilla, she could see something. Right behind the large gorilla's feet. It seemed like what looked like a human foot, like a person was hiding behind the ape. Chapter 13. The next day during the excavation, Janet was trying to think of a way to ask the professor to see the photograph without thinking she was crazy. Not much to see here. This is where the parents were found, but somebody had already taken the bodies years ago, said the professor with a disappointing tone. They took the bodies? Asked Janet. How morbid, she said, very disgusted. Indeed, said the professor. So, Professor, I need to ask your professional opinion, and try not to be obtuse about this observation. I don't want your opinion of me to be tainted or rubbish, she said as she pulled out the photograph slowly. Oh, lovely Janet, my opinion was tainted to rubbish 5 minutes after I had meeting you, he said with a laugh as she handed him the picture. Very funny, Porter. Now can I please speak to the professor? You know, the professional one, she asked in a serious, over-mature way. Porter, you're beginning to sound like my mum, he laughed as he began to observe the photograph. Yes, I see it, he said. This gorilla looks awfully angry, a little surprised, and maybe a little bit like you addressed him by his first name, too, he laughed as he added. Yes, it was a close call. You don't need to rub it in my face. But how about we frame it, and then we go back to work? Janet very seriously looked at him and pointed at the human foot hiding behind the gorilla. The smile ran away from his face as he adjusted his bifocals. Is that a man hiding behind the gorilla? Janet, looking satisfied, yelled, That's what I've been trying to show you. But no, let's make fun of the new historian major first. The professor put his hand over Janet's mouth as he said with a smile, Do you realize what this could mean? Janet looked at the professor, shaking her head as to share his excitement. We don't even need to find the statue. If we find the terrace child, he would know what happened to the statue, the professor said. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Boga belted out uncontrollably. You two think you can catch him? You go right ahead. Janet and the professor looked at each other puzzled. You knew he was real? Asked Janet. Yes, he's very real. I've seen him 3 times in my life. The professor and Janet stayed staring at Mr. Boga with puzzled stares. You've actually seen the terrace child? The professor asked in a half-excited, half-confused tone. Yes, it's no big deal. Everyone who lives here has seen him, Mr. Boga continued. A long time ago, there was a Bantu warrior that put a price on his capture. But he's protected by the jungle. The gorillas won't let us get anywhere near him. That white man don't fall for traps, and he don't get too close neither. Anytime somebody gets too close, they say a monster gorilla chases them off. Maybe it's that one in your picture. But he's always there, watching from afar. We call him the Xander. He's probably watching right now. Xander was watching. He was listening, too. His heart was heavy as the professor's words sounded moments ago. They're only concerned about the statue, he thought. Just like Banda, just like the rest of the people who come here looking for that damn statue. They would most likely take it and leave me. They're not going to get it. It's mine now. They can't have it. Xander turned back and headed to the pond, disgusted out of the fit of sadness that he felt. Xander approached the pond and dove in. He swam back behind the waterfall in the cave, where the remainder of his belongings had been hidden away for all these years. This was the only place Xander could feel like himself. He wasn't a gorilla, but he lived with the gorillas. He was a human, but he could not live with the humans. The cave was the place he would go to feel like neither. Here, he was just Xander. The cave was a place of many things. A place to sleep during the rain, a place to get away from his own thoughts, or even a place to get away from the gorillas, who weren't as accepting as Tyr's band. It was here where he kept the statue hidden away for all these years. Anytime there was another team of people who visited the crash site, Xander would often hide in the cave as not to be found. many times sleeping next to the statue. Xander opened his eyes and was face to face with the statue. He had fallen asleep without realizing it, and had slept through the entire night. It was morning now, and he was beginning to feel a bit hungry. Time to go join Oma and find some food, he thought. Xander dove out from behind the cave and into the pond. As he surfaced, he could hear voices in the distance. They were coming his way. He quickly swam to the edge of the pond and climbed up a tree. Just then, Boga and Janet approached the pond together. "I'll be perfectly fine on my own, Mr. Boga. I have my instincts. I have my faculties to protect me. I don't think I'll be needing your help on this journey to the pond," Janet explained. "Your instincts are very good last time when you got into trouble, Miss Janet," Mr. Boga said with a laugh. "I'm just making sure I get paid, and to do that, I think you have to be alive when we get back. So, I go with you to this place. It's in guerrilla territory. It's very dangerous, Miss Janet." Janet was beginning to feel like she was being babysat, and nothing was more annoying to her as a 24-year-old. "Mr. Boga, I really need a moment of privacy, please," she said in a snappy manner. Mr. Boga looked at Janet as to illustrate the understanding. "You know how to use one of these?" he asked as he pulled out the pistol. "Of course I do," she replied and snatched it out of his hand. He laughed and said, "Good, you might need it. I won't be far. If you get into trouble, fire some shots in the air and I'll come back." Janet looked at the gun and back at Mr. Boga as she thanked him. He began to walk back into the jungle, and when he stopped and said, "By the way, Miss Janet, if you see an elephant or a gorilla, don't shoot them." Janet was confused. "Why not shoot it, Mr. Boga?" she yelled, his voice disappearing into the jungle back. "That gun's too small. You'll just piss him off." "Thanks, Mr. Boga. That's comforting. If you don't hear anything in a long time, just come back and check on me. No peeking until then," Janet yelled. In a distant, muffled voice, you could hear Mr. Boga, yeah, I hear you, no peeking," as he faded into the jungle, talking aloud to himself. "She worries about me peeking. I won't. I worry about never seeing her again. I need to get paid." Xander was doing his best as not to be seen in the tree that was hanging right over the pond above Janet. This was the closest he had been to another human since he ran into the jungle from the Bantu warriors. He looked down and saw the woman below. He was even more intoxicated than he was before, because now he was up close. Xander remembered the girls from New York when he was in school as a kid. To him at the time, they were just weird and strange. He didn't understand why they wanted to play tea party instead of cops and robbers. Especially, he didn't understand why boys and girls grow up and live together and get married. During his time with the band of gorillas, he had noticed the young gorillas growing up and the male gorillas dancing to mate with the females. But those were gorillas, and they were his family. Xander had some strange, complicated times since entering his teenage years. He grew hairy and tall, but the worst part of all was the strange feeling that he started to get that became more frequent over the years. Every time he looked at her, it was harder to look away, until he could not control himself, and he looked at her so long he began to watch her nonstop. Janet placed the satchel on the ground next to the pistol. Xander watched as she pulled the tie out of her hair and shook out her ponytail. She unbuttoned her shorts and kicked them towards her satchel as they fell to the ground. She pulled off her shirt and she removed it all at once and dove into the pond. As she surfaced, she removed her undergarments and tossed them ashore. Xander had a surge of feelings that he never felt before. His heart was pounding. His blood was rushing. His palms were clammy and his knees were weakened more by the second. Jan swam floating on her back. Xander breathed so heavy as he was afraid that the sound alone would give away his position in the tree. The feeling was too much to handle. He could not look away, even for a second, and he could not calm himself down. Xander looked away to gather himself, as there was a feeling he had never felt before. It was confusing, so confusing, in fact, he wasn't sure if he was afraid of it or if he liked it. As he turned back to face the pond, he could see her again. It was just as intoxicating as the last time. While he stared at her naked body that was floating so gracefully in the pond, he was hypnotized. The curve of her hips, the length of her legs, the perfection of her breasts that drove him madder by the second. Xander leaned in closer to absorb every detail of her body. The closer he leaned, the clearer she became, the less control he had over himself. Xander wasn't paying any attention to his position in the tree anymore. He leaned so far out towards the pond, his palms were sweating profusely along with the rest of his body. Xander lost his grip and fell into the pond. Janet was startled and quickly jumped up. Not bothering to look at where the splash came from, she went straight for the pistol and turned around, ready for anything. She saw nothing. But where the splash was, there was a boil. There was ripples coming from the water. She waited with her heart pounding, heavily breathing as she pointed the gun, anticipating whatever it was that fell into the water. Xander gripped the bottom of the pond, holding his breath. He wasn't sure how much longer he can hold himself under the water. His breath was running low, but he did not want to be seen. After a few moments, his lungs began to burn. The more they burned, the harder he gripped the bottom, clenching his teeth while trying to stay hidden. Janet waited so long she began to think her imagination was running wild the whole time. She began to wonder if anything had fallen at all. All of a sudden, she heard a branch snap behind her. As she turned around, she saw a giant gorilla only a few meters away, staring her down. Janet pointed the gun at the gorilla as it walked towards her slowly. Janet tried to stay still but was trembling with fear. The gorilla came in towards her and her pistol so closely that it was about to sniff the muzzle of the gun. As the gorilla pointed its eye into the barrel of the pistol, Janet closed her eyes and squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. The gorilla pushed the gun away and began sniffing Janet's clothes. She was now face to face with him and staring deep into his eyes. The moments seemed like hours. Even the lively sounds of the jungle had muffled into a dead silence through her fear. All of a sudden, the silence was broken when Xander emerged from the water, gasping for air. The gorilla was equally startled and jumped backwards. Xander frantically stumbled toward the edge of the pond. The gorilla began hooting and growling and pushed Janet out of the way and made his way towards Xander. Just then, Janet remembered why the gun didn't fire. The safety of the pistol was on. The gorilla charged at Xander as he climbed out of the water. Janet unlocked the safety and repointed the gun at the gorilla. As Xander met the gorilla, they embraced. Janet held her finger on the trigger as they both looked at each other. The three of them were frozen together in a stare. A voice came from the jungle. "Janet, are you okay? Hello?" As she looked into the area of the trees where the voice was coming from, Mr. Boga and the professor walked out of the jungle. Janet quickly grabbed her clothes and covered herself and said, "Wait right there! Wait, don't startle them!" They looked at each other and looked around the pond area. "Startled who?" said the professor. Janet looked at him and turned around as she replied, "I don't want you to startle the gorilla and the..." But as she trailed off and scanned the area, there was no one in sight. "Are you feeling okay, Janet? Did you see another gorilla?" asked the professor. Janet looked around and said, "Yes, I'm fine," as she finished getting dressed. "I just need to lay down for a while." The professor and Mr. Boga looked at each other. As she made her way back to camp, they shrugged their shoulders and followed along. Chapter 14. Xander ran as fast and as quietly as he could. The event at the pond had him feeling embarrassed and scared. If Liab hadn't showed up, I may have been shot, he thought, as he frantically ran through the thick jungle. As Xander and Liab entered the nesting area, Xander was still in a state of shock. He tried to rest, but he couldn't find a way to relax. He was completely embarrassed for the first time that he could remember. He had been caught staring at a woman in the nude. Every time he tried to think about the situation, it ran deeper into his mind. Janet tried to explain what had happened to the pond to the professor and Mr. Boga. Although it happened so fast, she could hardly remember it herself. "You saw him up close? Did he speak? Can he speak? What did he look like? What happened?" the professor asked in complete disbelief as he fired off questions. Janet tried to recall the incident. I don't know. I just remember him falling from the sky and into the pond, perhaps out of a tree. The professor, deep in thought, asked, "Were you bathing when this happened?" Janet looked confused and responded, "Yes." The professor looked at Janet up and down. "Were you in the nude?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" The professor and Mr. Boga looked at each other and laughed. "I think I know what caused him to lose his grip out of the tree," said the professor. Mr. Boga laughed even harder and added, "It wasn't me you had to worry about peeking, Miss Janet." Janet gave the gun back to Mr. Boga and began walking back to the crash site, feeling a bit exposed from the tireless teasing of the two men behind her. "I figured out a way we can catch him now," said the professor. Mr. Boga agreed. "Yes, sir, you did. We never stood a chance at catching him with tricks or traps. But that's because we were not using the right bait," said Mr. Boga as he gestured toward Janet. "Wait, what? You think he's going to try and come back and see me?" asked Janet. The professor laughed. "If you made him nervous enough to fall out of a tree, he'll be back." "You think so?" asked Janet. "Yes," the professor and Boga at the same time responded. "Trust me, it's a man thing. We're going to come back, even if we don't know why." Mr. Boga laughed and agreed as he shook his head. "Just what makes you so sure?" asked Janet. They looked at each other, looked at Janet up and down, looked back at each other. "He'll be back," they both agreed at the exact same time. That night, Xander couldn't sleep. Although he was embarrassed, he was still aroused. There was only one girl he'd seen in all these years in the jungle, and the first girl he'd ever seen without clothes in his entire life. It was a roller coaster of emotions. One minute he was slapping himself in the face because being caught, and the next he couldn't stop fantasizing about it happening again. Xander found himself wandering back to the crash site in the middle of the night. He just had to see her again. Janet was also having trouble falling asleep at night. Between being face to face in the encounter with the gorilla and a jungle man falling from the sky, I don't think sleep is possible with this type of excitement, she thought as she was sitting up in her bed. This might be a long night. Janet exited her tent and sat down next to the campfire, even though it had died down a little bit, and it was just a pit of coals. She stoked the fire, deep in thought, but then she heard the bushes moving behind her. "Hello?" she called, as she grabbed a torch and lit it with the coals. "If you can hear me, then just know it's okay to come out. Knowing it, no one is going to hurt you," Janet said as she slowly stepped toward the bushes. She reached her hand out into the jungle to move the thick branches and illuminate the area with the torch. "Oh, it's you," she said, as a small pig had taken shelter under the shrubs in the brush. "You scared the life out of me," Janet said. As she turned around, she was face to face with Xander. He walked so close to Janet that she could feel his breath on her face. She was scared stiff because she had no idea what to expect. He was raised by wild animals after all. "Hello," Xander said. "Hello," Janet responded in a nervous, rattled voice. "Don't be afraid," Xander said with reassurance. "I'm not going to hurt you." Janet calmed down in her mind a bit and asked, "You're the Terror Child, right? The one who survived the plane crash?" Xander looked away. "Yes." Janet could see that it was difficult for him to talk to another person after all these years. His eyes wandered every time she caught him looking at her. Like a child in his awkwardness, he couldn't sit still. His arms were crossed, and then straightened, and then crossed again. He would sit down only to stand back up. He couldn't hide his awkwardness from her. "I understand that this is difficult for you, but please try not to be nervous. I am a friend," Janet said as she put her hand on his shoulder for reassurance. Xander calmly sat down next to the coals with Janet. "Why are you living out here?" she asked. Xander looked around and began. "After the crash, I was hunted for many years. I found my family with a band of gorillas, and they kept me safe." Janet looked at him and asked, "Why didn't you try to escape the jungle?" Xander laughed. "The jungle is a very large place. I wouldn't have made it a week, especially at my age, without the gorillas. Luckily, Oma saved me. She made me family. Besides, everyone within a month's walk was under the watch of the Bantu, and they think I have what is theirs. The statue, Janet interrupted. Zane's face changed as she mentioned the statue. He became very quiet. Just as I suspected, she only cares about the statue, he thought. Jan scuffed closer to Zane, and she could not help herself but ask, "Do you know where it is? You know where it is, don't you? Can you take me to it? I just want to see if it's real. If you take us..." Janet stopped and looked at Xander. His eyes watered up. His face turned red. His teeth clenched. His breath became heavy. Janet realized she probably should have eased her way into the subject of the statue. She tried to console him, only now he wouldn't even look at her. Xander wept under his breath, realizing that the only humans that were willing to travel to this part of the jungle were trying to get their hands on the statue. No one wanted to help him, and giving up the location of the statue means that it would be taken. Then nobody would come to this place again. Janet realized her mistake just by his look. "Look, let's get you some food and clean water. We don't even need to talk about that stupid old thing." She walked into her tent and grabbed some food. Xander hadn't had a cooked meal in years. He couldn't help but eat in a rage-like manner. "This is amazing," he mumbled in between bites. Janet had never seen someone eat like that before. She couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Janet, is that you?" asked the professor. "Yes, Professor. Why don't you come out here for a second?" Janet answered, still laughing. Xander looked up from eating at her and shook his head. Janet put his hand down. "It's okay, he's a friend," she said as she looked Xander in the eyes, and he relaxed and continued eating. "Give me a second to get dressed. I'll be right out," the professor continued. "I think I thought of a way to trick the terror boy into coming to us." Professor," she interrupted, but he continued from the tent, not knowing that Xander was outside. "Why don't we get you to act like you like him, Maybe lure him in that way," he said as he exited the tent. Janet met him with her hand over his mouth. As she removed her hand, he asked, What's going on?" Janet pointed toward the fire pit, and they both looked, but nobody was there. "Was he just here?" asked the professor. "He was, and I think he was going to stay, but I don't think he's coming back now," Janet said while looking into the jungle. "Good heavens, why not?" the professor acted shocked. Janet looked at the professor, looked down as she asked, "Did you hear yourself just then?" "If he doesn't come back, I think I might understand. He did come back just like you said. He wanted to see me, just like you said. But the first thing I did was I asked him about that stupid statue. He didn't like that much, and he explained to me that people come here for that statue and not for the missing boy. To be honest, Professor, it made me really sad to think that was the first thing that I thought about when I saw him. But we're dealing with a human being, and he has feelings just like us. And right now, those feelings are hurt. As you unraveled your plan to trick him, I was already talking to him and understanding him. And it wasn't a trick. I think we're going to have a hard time convincing him that I was genuine now, because now he thinks it's a trick." The professor sat down next to the fire and took a couple puffs off his pipe as he began pondering. "Well, Janet, it looks like you might have to go get his trust back." The professor walked up to Janet and whispered in her ear, "I will not make the same mistake of unveiling my plan to the jungle for that boy to hear again. For the new plan, let us again get his trust back and take him from the jungle, show him love, and then bring him back to London. Once we have gained his trust and become his family, perhaps he will tell us then." Although Janet could feel how nefarious this plan was coming from the professor's lips, she decided to agree. Janet agreed because after hearing the pain of Xander's point of view, she thought perhaps it was time for him to feel like he was loved again by humans. Chapter 15. Xander ran through the jungle, back to the band's nesting area. He jumped in the nest with Oma, who embraced him right away. He cried profusely the entire hike back. "Trick me? Just to get to the statue? They must be sick with greed," he thought. His feelings for Janet were genuine and strong, but to him it seemed like she was just trying to get to the statue. On his way out of the crash site, Xander grabbed a handkerchief that was hanging from Janet's tent as he ran away. It smelt like her. He held it tightly near his face as he fell asleep. The next day, Zane woke up and had no interest in going anywhere near the crash site, especially no interest in going anywhere near people. He just went on about his day as if they were never there. He started his day by picking some fruit and going with Leah and Oma to the watering hole. Xander decided that night to abandon any thoughts of going home. He was already home. For what he had read about in his books about war, money, greed, and all the people he experienced firsthand from every passing treasure hunter after the statue, he realized that if he were to go and join the human world, that he would be nothing more than pure greed, just like them. So there was nothing there for him. Xander decided to accept his position as permanently in the jungle. To Xander, life with the gorillas was good. Everybody in the band had a place and a rank. Tyr was getting older and had lost his alpha male status to Leab. This made life a lot easier for Xander because Leab was Xander's best friend. Only a day had passed since his encounter with Janet, along with his decision to stay with the band forever. Although he would be happy with the band, he could still feel the arousal of the idea of seeing Janet again. But this was something he had to bury deep within himself. His life of seclusion was painful. With no human contact for companionship, it was very difficult. Xander's thoughts raced all morning on his journey with the band. The pain of a celibate life with no human contact would be greater than the experience of disappointment of man. This greed I have read about and I have seen with my own eyes in what little contact I have with the world of men. Is it greedy for me to harbor the statue? Is it for the greed of the statue that it has people killing people for hundreds of years? Is it that same greed that got my parents killed? To them, the statue was money. Although my father always told me as a child that money is the root of all evil, he seemed to be hypnotized by its effect. In the history books I have read, there always seems to be war. And at first glance, it seems like there's conquerors and victors. But on second thought, it seemed like people were sent halfway around the world to murder other people, usually strangers. Usually for a ruler who sits back and collects money all of his life. All over money, religion, power, land, and people. The only thing that the gorillas fight over is food and survival. And in the area in which the food does grow, it's for family directly without any major consequence. It's for love, not greed. These animals would never trick me to get me to do something. They don't pretend to love me. They protect me, especially from other bands of gorillas that think that I'm just a regular man. Even the other gorillas who have tried in the past to attack me were just doing it to protect their young. Man is a wretched creature. I'm thankful for the gorillas. For if I ever had to be raised by men, perhaps I would have been part of their insanity. As deep as my pain may bury me, I wish not to join them in the world of man, in this tree of money that bears no fruit. The watering hole was a few miles away from the regular territory. They had to be very careful on their trek because every type of animal goes to the watering hole. They must be aware of the predators and the territorial beasts like bull elephants whose unstoppable rage and charge can come without warning. Back at the crash site, Janet and the professor talked with Mr. Boga on how to get Xander's attention. I already tried to tell you, this boy is uncatchable. We are the Bantu. We have tried for many years. If you see him, he wanted you to see him. It sounds like we had the best bait, but now he thinks or knows that it is bait and that you're trying to trick him. Would you come around if he thought people wanted to trick you? Not me. No, sir, Mr. Boga explained in his thick African accent. Janet began pacing while deep in thought. She stopped and faced the jungle as she asserted, "Well, if he won't come to us, then we'll go to him." Mr. Boga laughed as he responded, "Do you realize that you will need to cross into gorilla territory? There could be thousands just on the other side of that pond. It wouldn't be If you see a gorilla, it would be when. And when you see one, it will attack. No doubt. They will attack, Miss Janet. It's suicide, Mr. Boga explained. Janet sat down with a large breath and asked, "Well, what do we do?" The professor shrugged his shoulders, smoked his pipe, and paced in thought. "There may be another way," said Mr. Boga. "Yes?" inquired Professor Quinn. "It hasn't rained in almost 3 weeks." Janet looked confused and asked Mr. Boga, "What's that got to do with anything?" "No rain means no fruit. This means that the animals have to survive, and they go to the big water holes. I know of a place where the gorillas go to eat by the watering hole, in a man's territory on one side and gorillas on the other. It's a place where he's been spotted many times. I can take you there." The professor and Janet looked at each other and began gathering their things. The professor asked, "What are we waiting for?" Mr. Boga began gathering his stuff in his bag and said, "Well, let's go then. It's this way. It's a long walk, but we must hurry." Xander was exhausted from the hike as he walked into the area of the watering hole. Here he had to stay close with the band. Upon arrival, he could see elephants, leopards, many different types of other primates, such as bamboos and chimpanzees. When the rain didn't fall, the jungle had to share the water. Tyr and Liab had to take the regular territory by the water hole from a solo gorilla. Xander noticed that usually when a gorilla is by himself, there is something wrong with them. Most of the time, solo gorillas are extremely ornery, so much so that they would be kicked out of their own band and not accepted by the other gorillas. After Liab and Tyr kicked out the solo gorilla, they had their regular area next to the large fruit tree. Once here, the band would stay until rainfall comes again. Sometimes it could take up to a month. The next day, Xander sat in the tree, smelling the handkerchief that he had stolen from Janet. There was a mist in the air, which meant rain was on its way. Many of the other animals began to clear out, but not Xander's family. They were usually the last to leave, so that Xander, as a man, would not be attacked. By the middle of the day, it would seem that all the herds and groups of animals had cleared out almost completely. Xander could see Tyr and Lieb beginning to round up the younger gorillas. It was time to go back to our territory. Xander was herding with the band about a mile from the water hole when he had a feeling he had forgotten something. The handkerchief! He stood still for a moment, thinking about whether it would be worth it to run back. He turned around and began running back to the water hole. After all, he had been on this journey many times and knew his way back. After a mile or so of running, Xander finally returned to the watering hole. He had left the handkerchief in the fruit tree where he had been eating. He climbed up and saw it was not there. He looked all around, but it was nowhere in the tree. Finally, he saw it by the bank of the water hole. It was lying almost in the water. Xander neared the water and reached down to pick up the handkerchief. As he did, he held out his hand and he placed it over his face for a good whiff. It smelt like heaven to him. Meanwhile, Janet, the Professor Quinn, and Mr. Boga were just getting to the water hole. As they looked around, they saw no animals. "The rain must be coming," Mr. Boga said. They began to circle the water hole in search of the gorillas. "There's a gorilla right there," said Janet. "Hey, and there's Mr. Terror," added Mr. Boga. "Is that gorilla charging at him?" asked Janet as the professor laughed. "He's friends with them, Janet. They're not going to charge at him." "Well, he's not friends with all of them," Mr. Boga interrupted. "That gorilla isn't slowing down." Xander was standing on the edge of the bank while smelling the handkerchief when he felt a large object hit him from behind. He fell to the ground and turned around to see the solo gorilla that Liab had kicked out of the territory. He was highly aggressive, and he was charging again at Xander. Xander ran as fast as he could up a tree, but the gorilla was gaining on him. Xander reached the high point of the tree and turned around to see the gorilla charging up the tree rapidly. As the gorilla came in, Xander jumped from the tree and let out a Bantu battle cry. "Oh!" On the other side of the watering hole was Janet watching all this unfold with Mr. Boga and the professor. "We have to help him," cried Janet. "Right," said Mr. Boga as he took out his pistol and began to swim across the water. Xander fell to the ground as he broke his leg. The gorilla climbed down the tree and turned onto Xander, pounding him and throwing him around. Xander was now unconscious. Mr. Boga neared the edge of the water closest to Xander and he opened fire. The gorilla was being pelted by bullets. This turned the gorilla's attention to Mr. Boga and away from Xander. The solo gorilla rushed towards Mr. Boga when the band of gorillas burst out of the jungle and attacked. They tore the outsider gorilla limb from limb. They settled down, realizing that the gorilla was now dead, and they circled Xander. The band was shaking Xander's unconscious body, trying to wake him up. At the time, Janet and the professor had just finished crossing the river. The three of them stood at the water's edge, staring at the band of gorillas. Leah began to approach the three of them. He was not aggressive as he approached Janet and began sniffing her. He looked at the humans and backed at the band and walked over to Xander. He grabbed Xander's leg and dragged him to Janet's feet. The gorilla sat holding Xander for a moment as Oma came to join him. Janet could see the gorillas were very sad by the way they held him. Leah set Xander down next to Janet and began to walk back into the jungle with the band. Just before he was out of sight, Leah turned around and gave a growling roar and beat his chest. He then turned around and disappeared into the jungle. "They want us to take him," said Mr. Boga. "Let's build a stretcher and drag him out of here," said the professor. They grabbed him with two sturdy branches and tied them together, placing Xander in the middle. "He'll live," said Mr. Boga. "Let's get him somewhere that we can get him help quickly," said Janet as they began their journey toward town. On the way back, they paid Mr. Boga a little extra money to keep Xander a secret. Mr. Boga agreed. They got him stitched and bandaged up in the main town as soon as they arrived. Within 3 days, Xander was still unconscious, but he was on a plane to England. Chapter 16. When Xander awoke, he was in excruciating pain. His body was broken in many places, and his eyes were swollen shut. As he tried to focus on where he was, it was difficult to see. There was a strange noise surrounding him that sounded almost like whistling. He tried sitting up, but the pain was too much to even move. The smell was nothing like the jungle, nor were the sounds. As he felt with the one hand he could move, he felt that he was dressed in new fabrics. There was a sudden sound like a clash. Xander remembered the sound that he hadn't heard in many years. It was the sound of an actual door opening and closing. He heard a voice through his swollen ears. "Try not to move, Xander. You're going to need your strength." As Xander opened his eyes enough to see, he began to focus on where the voice was coming from. "Just relax, son. You got it pretty good, but we're going to get you fixed up." Xander could see the man talking to him was the same man from the crash site where he had tried talking to Janet. "I am Professor Porter Quinn. We found you when you were attacked by a rogue gorilla. You may not have made it if it wasn't for the medical treatment that we got as fast as we did." Xander moaned in disappointment. While the professor was talking to him about how he saved his life, Xander was thinking about how the event would not have taken place had he never shown up in the first place. After all, he was attacked by a gorilla because he went back to get Janet's handkerchief, unprotected by his band. "I know that you're in a lot of pain right now, Mr. Terr, but your injuries are all going to fully recover. You're on a plane right now, back to England. We're going to get you well there." Xander had very mixed feelings about rejoining civilization. On one hand, he got to be with people again, but on the other, he was going to miss his family in the jungle that were the gorillas. He also had a serious problem with trusting humans, and it didn't take long for him to come to the realization that Xander had nobody to go back to. Nobody in the human world. The only people he had were killed in a crash long ago. As Xander sat and thought, he heard something that made him feel a little bit happier. "How's he doing, Professor?" asked Janet as she entered the plane's cabin. "He's pretty beat up, but nothing permanent. A few bruises, broken bones, but nothing he won't recover from," said the professor. Xander opened his eyes wide enough to see Janet. His feelings for her were mixed as well. She wanted to trick me in the jungle to get me here. But now they're saving my life. If she asks about the statue, I know not to trust her, he thought. Janet sat with Xander the entire plane ride back. Whenever he moaned, she would just dab his forehead with a warm towel. It almost became amusing because she was certain after a while she realized he was doing this on purpose, and he would moan more often. As he lay there, Janet tried to observe him in a scientific way, but was somewhat distracted. Even though his face was a bit bruised, Xander was very handsome. She looked at him closely for the very first time and couldn't help but notice his broad shoulders, his muscular body. It reminded her of how she felt when she was a young girl watching the older boys play sports. But this feeling was new. This one was put on fire in her heart. The crew took shifts watching him, but Janet stayed with him almost the entire flight. At times, he was restless, but then Janet would hold his hand and sing to him. Xander would then calm down almost immediately. As the professor entered the cabin to tell Janet to prepare for the landing, he stopped and observed. She was quietly asleep next to Xander, holding his hand. The professor smirked as he said under his breath, "Young hearts, so full of life, so full of passion." He gently woke up Janet and informed her to get back to her seat for the landing. The plane entered London in the middle of the night. Upon arrival, Xander was checked into a hospital improperly bandaged. He was overwhelmed by the number of people who came through his room. Some were doctors and nurses, and some were people bringing flowers to his room for support. His favorite visitor came once a week. Janet would stop by and visit. 2 months went by, and the day came for Xander to be released from the hospital. The professor had arranged Xander to stay at his home in the outskirts of London in the country. "We're due for a press release this morning, Xander. People have traveled a long way to see the boy who was raised by gorillas in the jungle. You've become an overnight celebrity here," said the professor. Xander looked around the house and was silent as the professor showed him around to the guest bedroom. "This is where you'll be staying. Now, Xander, I know all of the press stuff might not sound like a lot of fun, but this is how we found a way to make you some money. With this tomorrow, along with a bunch of interviews, you will be set up nicely for years to come. Now do your best to try and get some sleep. You're going to need it." The next day, the professor drove Xander down to London for the interviews. On the drive, the professor explained to him, "Now the whole story is a good one. It should set well. But I think we should leave out the part about the statue, Mr. Terr." Xander looked at him confused because he was relieved. He didn't want to mention anything about the statue again. He especially didn't want to be asked about it. "I understand," said Xander. The professor continued. "We told them that we were studying gorillas when we found you in the process. Don't even mention the Bantu. Just tell them that you were there to study wildlife and a plane crash on your way home. You never knew as a kid, and we might have a good book on our hands here too. I can help you write it." Xander didn't want to lie, but he didn't want to talk about the statue. At this point, he didn't know what he wanted to do. The world was still overwhelming to him as he drove into the city. The buildings were so tall, and there was so many people. They all looked alike, and they all looked like they were in a hurry to get somewhere too. "Where's everybody going?" asked Xander as he gazed amazed through the window. "Oh, everywhere. Some are shopping, some are traveling, some are off to their jobs, some are just out for a walk," said the professor as he looked confused. "What's a job?" "Well, it's a trade that you do so that you can earn money. Like that man right there who cuts hair. Or that man right there, he's a police officer. And that one sells newspaper," explained the professor. "Why do you need money?" asked Xander. "Well, first of all, you need it to eat." "You eat money?" he said. No. The man selling the newspaper gets money and then goes to a store to buy food there." The professor laughed and explained. "Oh, that's very strange." "Why is that strange?" asked the professor. "Well, instead of standing there all day selling paper for money to buy an apple at the store, you could just spend the day looking for apples. That's much more fun, I think." The professor realized that Xander hadn't reached the age and been hypnotized by money yet, before he had been marooned in the jungle. The concepts of jobs was quite confusing to him. "What does that man do?" asked Xander as the professor looked and saw a man shining another man's shoes. "He's a shoe shiner." That doesn't look fun," he said. "I don't think he likes it either, the professor laughed. "Well, he must like that man whose shoes he's shining," said Xander as he suggested, and he pointed at the man in the chair. "Well, in fact, he most likely doesn't like him at all. People who get their shoes shined in public usually have a lot of money, and people who have a lot of money are very rude most of the time. But the other man doesn't have much, so he shines his shoes. For money, you see," Professor Quinn explained. "Yes, I see, but it's confusing. That man goes to a job he doesn't like, to do something he doesn't want to do, for rude people he doesn't like, for money? And if he gets the money, he can start acting rude to people? I still think he should go out and find a tree that has fruit and pick it instead. I don't like rude people, and making money doesn't sound fun. Xander looked disappointed, and the professor smiled and nodded. I agree with you, my boy, but still, you have a lot to learn. Chapter 17. The press conference would have been overwhelming for even the most normal person, but especially to Xander, who wasn't used to human contact. The reporters drowned him with questions. Mr. Terr, how is it that you survived so long? Mr. Terr, did the gorillas have a secret language? Mr. Terr. Janet could see that it was getting out of hand, so she stood up and took control of the room. Listen up, she yelled. All of you have a seat right now. Janet brought the room to a dead silence. Mr. Terr has come a long way to answer your questions, but he's not used to the pressure of being put in this situation right away. So please, be respectful. Wait your turn. He'll answer as many questions as he can, but only one at a time. As Janet sat down, she pointed at one of the reporters. You first. Xander was amazed at Janet's ability to shut them all up and make them wait their turns. It made him like her even more. His feelings for her were more of a distraction. Each of the reporters soon waited their turn and asked a question. Xander explained his relationship with the gorillas and that there was no language, only an order and a harmony. By the end of the press conference, Xander finished the story and explained that the gorilla who attacked him was not part of his family. The room was silent. The reporters sat and listened to the story like children. Nobody wanted it to end. The touching story of the gorilla man was something out of a children's book. Most of the room was cleared out, and they made plans for dinner. Xander, Janet, and the professor made their way outside, and when they went to get in the professor's car, when a strange voice was heard. Fascinating story, mate. But you left out the chunk of the story. Wasn't there a piece of treasure in that story? Something like a golden ape? Janet and the professor turned pale as they confronted the stranger. Who are you? How did you hear about that? Shouted the professor. The stranger stepped forward out of the shadows. Hear about it? I was there. He stepped forward and the light began to show the stranger's face. The man wore an eye patch with a trench coat. Xander ran up emotionally and yelled, Mickey, as they embraced. Mickey? Like from the story? Asked Janet. No, you bugger. Mickey from real life, he replied, still hugging Xander. Xander's eyes were full of tears. How? What happened to you? I thought you were dead, questioned Xander. Nope, that let me go. Mr. Banda thought it would be a worse sentence to let me live under the curse of the statue or something like that. So they just let me go. All, of course, not without plucking my eye out. Turns out an eye for an eye is a real rule for the Bantu. Mickey said while gesturing toward the leopard claw on Xander's neck. Well, Mickey, you're going to have to join us for dinner so that we can hear your side of the tale. That way, the two of you can catch up, said the professor. Mickey agreed and joined them for dinner. Mickey told them how he was kept as a prisoner for 3 weeks as bait for Xander's return. Afterwards, they cut his eye out, beat him up, and left him in a nearby town. It took him 6 months to return to New York, and by then he was certain Xander was dead and the Bantu had gotten hold of the statue. Did you hold on to that stupid old piece of metal? Mickey asked. Xander decided that it was best if nobody ever saw the statue again. I left it in the tree, Xander said. It was too heavy to carry. After I began to live with the gorillas, I went back to see if it was there, and it wasn't. Mickey looked at Xander's facial expressions for a moment. Yeah, those Bantu people probably have it hidden away from the world. That way, nobody tries to steal it again. It's better off with them. Better off a secret, Mickey said as he raised his glass to take a drink. By this time, Janet and the professor were talking in disbelief. They probably do have it. They were laughing at us the whole time. The guides are most likely on it and making a living off bringing people to the site, tricking them into thinking that nobody found it, said the professor as he drank his wine in disappointment. Xander, why don't you come stay with me? Asked Mickey. I have a place on the east side of town, and I might be the only familiar face you got in this world. The professor tried to interrupt Xander, but he already decided he wanted to stay with Mickey. It was more comforting for him. After dinner, they drove Mickey back to his car where the press conference was held. Xander rejoined him. Before they left, Janet asked to speak with Xander alone. The two of them walked for a moment, and Janet stopped and turned to Xander and handed him a piece of paper. "What is this?" asked Xander. Janet laughed. "This is a number so you can call me on the phone. Anytime you want to talk to me, just call. I'll get Mickey's number for your emergencies. But call soon, okay?" Xander nodded his head and said yes. Janet gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Xander smiled uncontrollably. "Don't let those boys see you smiling like that," she said as she approached the cars. Janet went and sat in the professor's car without a word. The professor and Mickey looked at Xander's facial expression. "What?" he asked. The two of them looked at each other and began laughing. "Looks like we got a bit of trouble on our hands, eh, Professor?" "Huh, yeah, it looks a bit like it." "What?" asked Xander. Mickey grabbed Xander's shoulder, still laughing. "Nothing, mate. Just get in the car." As they drove across town to Mickey's house, Xander listened to his stories about how he was a prisoner with the Bantu. Mickey filled him in on some of the details of the journey back to civilization, but Xander's mind was preoccupied with the thought of Janet. He held on to the piece of paper in his hand with Janet's phone number like he might lose it if he let it go. He smelt it for a quick moment, realizing that it was the same smell of the handkerchief. To Xander, this was the smell of an angel. Mickey was focused on the road and drove across town. "Oh, mate, you've done it now," Mickey said with a laugh. Xander looked at him with a silly smile. "I don't know what you're talking about." Mickey just nodded his head. "Sure you do, mate. That girl back there, she got you lit up. But don't worry about it, it's natural. Of course, I've had hundreds of girls by now. But this being your first one, you're really going to get all messed up. No worries, mate, I could help you with it." Xander wasn't quite sure what Mickey meant by that. But he did understand that Janet was on his mind in a scary way. And it was scary to him that he did not want to talk about it. Mickey kept making fun of Xander, but he wasn't listening to anything Mickey was saying. As he pulled over the car, "Are we at your house?" asked Xander. "No, mate. But we might as well be. This is going to be a good way to get that Betty off your mind tonight." Xander looked up at the sign, and the two of them were entering in, and it said, "Kelly's Pub." Xander walked into the pub and was hit by a foul smell in the air. People who sat at the bar had a lethargic look in the way they moved. There were pool tables, and they were occupied with rugged men smoking cigarettes. The music sounded as sad as most of the people that were sitting at the bar. As soon as Mickey walked in, he was greeted by people with drawn slurs in their voices who could barely walk. "Welcome to my home away from home, Xander," said Mickey as he handed him a pint of beer. Xander took a drink and almost spit it out, but managed to swallow it. Mickey could see the disappointment in his face and laughed and said, "Don't worry, it gets better the more you drink it, I promise." After about 2 pints of beer, Xander had drawn a small crowd to listen to his tales of the jungle. Xander climbed into the bar and jumped onto the pool tables to illustrate jumping from tree to tree. The drunken crowd was cheering and saluting him with their beers. As the stories were told an hour later, Xander was a hero at the bar. Everyone tried to buy he and Mickey a beer. They decided to walk home because neither of them could drive. And in fact, neither of them could really walk. As they took a break, Mickey lit a cigarette and took a seat at a shoe shiner's chair. "So, mate, you really hid that statue in the tree? Those savages came and found it?" asked Mick. Xander was distraught as he was drunkenly protesting the question. "That damn thing," he yelled. "That damn thing killed everybody. That damn statue killed everyone but me and you." Mickey took a drag off a cigarette and patted Xander on the back. "You're obviously right, kid. It killed everyone except for you and me, and perhaps the other, Banda." Xander was belligerent and falling in a drunken stupor. Mickey walked with his arm around Xander's shoulder to guide him home, and they entered the guest bedroom in Mickey's house. Mickey tossed Xander into the bed and took his shoes off for him. Mickey could hear Xander mumbling something under his breath. It was not something that Mickey could understand, but he was trying to pay attention. As Mickey turned out the light, he caught something that Xander was mumbling. He turned the light back on and got a little closer. The sounds began to be repetitive, an incredible slur, Mickey tried to break up the words. It's a good thing. Mickey shook and said, "What's a good thing?" Xander said in a half-drunken daze, It's a good thing it's hid." Mickey almost sobered up from the remarks. "What's hid, Xander? The statue?" "Yeah, it's hidden from the world," Xander eventually let out. Mickey jumped back like he had seen a ghost. By the time he collected himself to ask more, Xander was out, clearly not going to wake up until the booze wore off. Mickey sat staring at Xander for a few moments and got up to leave as he turned the light off in Xander's room. He took one more look at him and said, "I really wish I didn't hear that, kid." Chapter 18. As Xander opened his eyes, he could feel a sickness that he'd never felt before. He went into the kitchen where Mickey was cooking some breakfast and almost collapsed into the dining room chair. "First hangover, eh, mate?" Mickey asked as he set food onto the table. "Looks like you're ready for the cure." Mickey poured some red liquid into a glass, poured a half a beer, squeezed a lemon, and cracked a raw egg into it. He mixed it up with some celery and salt and set it in front of Xander. "Drink up, kid," as he joined him at the table. "Do you always feel like this after drinking, Xander?" Mickey nodded. "Pretty much, kid. But the elixir drink will make you feel better, I promise." "Why do you people drink beer if it makes you feel this way?" asked Xander. Mickey took a drink of his hangover cure and began to explain the craze of alcohol. "Well, it's not that people drink to feel like this. It's more that beginning and the middle part that's intriguing to your average Joe. Sometimes it could be because you're celebrating. You see, a person accomplishes something, and then they go to celebrate, so they have a few drinks to loosen up, to have a better time. The drink will dull their wits and cast out judgment of what people think about them, and that leads them to do as they please. There's the courage drink. This one, for instance. A man likes a girl on the other side of the party or a celebration area. The man wants to talk to her, but he can't go up and ask her on a date. Well, after a couple of drinks, he won't even hesitate. He'll march right across the room, even stumbling as he does it, and ask her right on that date. When a man takes a woman on a date, they might have a couple of drinks together. That's because they're strangers and they feel quite insecure around each other for the first time. After a few drinks, they try to get on the dance floor. This happens at a lot of weddings. Once the alcohol flows, the whole crowd goes straight to the dance floor. Then there's the dark side of it all. As life happens, things start happening that might cause pain, like say a fella's family gets killed in an accident or something. They usually go to town on their liver as a way to numb the pain. You must never take alcohol for this matter. Poor fools never see it coming as they destroy their lives. It's sad, really. The same story goes for an old boy whose girlie runs off on him and decides that his best friend's a better fit. That's where it can get really ugly with the sauce. Those kind of drunks are terrible. Even if they get their life back together, they still blame everybody else for their problems. They take it out on their wife or their dog or their kids. Those are the sorrow drinkers. Wretched things they are. Xander, if there's one thing I could teach you about life, it's never try to drown your sorrows in alcohol. Because what they don't tell you is that they can swim. Once you're sober, those sorrows will hit you like a ton of bricks, twice as hard as the last time they showed up at your door. Xander was still trying to drink Mickey's cure when he asked, "Why do you drink, Mickey?" As he finished his red drink and slammed it on the table. "Oh, me? That's an easy one, mate. I started partying years ago with all those other types of drunks. And my problem is that I just don't want the party to end. I'm the fun kind of drunk. But don't let all those other drunks fool you. They'll say the same thing. But you know me, I mean it." Xander finished his red drink and breakfast. Although he did feel a little bit better from the drink, he still wasn't feeling his best. Mickey drove him to the day's interviews and gave him a tour of London. All the while, Xander had one person on his mind. "Why don't you give her a call, mate?" Mickey asked as he parked his car in the driveway. "Who?" asked Xander. Mickey looked at him with a playful tone and replied, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe the girl that's been on your mind all day." Mickey pointed at Xander's hand, and when he opened it, there was the piece of paper with Janet's phone number. Mickey grabbed the paper. "Let's go inside and I'll show you how this works." Mickey called Janet for Xander and told her that she would have to meet them for dinner because there was a lot of unanswered questions. Janet agreed. After a haircut and a shave, Mickey dressed Xander in his favorite suit, remarking the whole time, "Yeah, mate, I've had a lot of luck in this suit, and you clean up well, kid. She'll never know what hit her." Janet met where Mickey had asked. It was a classy yet beautiful French restaurant. She too had been thinking about Xander a lot. She tried to think only professionally about him, but found herself waiting outside the restaurant in her favorite dress. As Mickey pulled up, he parked his car and got out wearing a bathrobe. Xander, however, looked like a shiny new koi. "Looks like I'll be underdressed again, eh?" Mick said with great sarcasm as Janet looked at his bathrobe. "Are you drunk, Mickey? What are you wearing?" Mickey tilted his flask back for a quick swig of whiskey. "Me? What? Drunk? Nah, not me, Betty. Just underdressed. Besides, Janet, I have a feeling I'm a little bit under the weather lately, so I figured why not let a good night go to waste." "The night is young and so are you guys, so have a good one." Mickey turned and nearly jumped into his car. Before leaving, Mickey took another swig of his flask and a slurry voice yelled out the window, "Hey, Xander, if I'm sober enough to come back, I'll meet you here around 9 o'clock. Janet called back to Mickey. "We'll be lucky if you make it home, let alone see you again tonight, you drunk." "I'll give him a ride back to your house. Hopefully you'll be passed out by then." Mickey looked at Janet and replied, "Who says that I'll be home tonight? I'll be back tomorrow. I have a date too. Cheers." Mickey drove off in his car while drinking his flask. "I can't believe he drives like that," said Janet. Meanwhile, Mickey drove across town to the bar with his empty flask. It was never full in the first place. "I set her up. You knock her down, kid. Finally, time for a real drink," he thought as he entered the pub and joined his date for his first drink of the night. Janet looked at Xander and asked, "Shall we?" as she offered her hand and pulled him into the door of the restaurant. There, they were seated by the window overlooking a river. It was very romantic. Xander felt a bit out of place with the music and the fact that the menu was in French, but Janet, who was helping him read it, was anything but out of place. She had seen him as a long-haired, jungle-ravaged man that she was strangely attracted to before. This was different. He was well-dressed, well-groomed, and freshly shaved. His face was even more handsome now that she could actually see it, and what she saw, she really liked. Janet became nervous because the more she looked him up and down in that new suit and that clean image, the more she wanted to have him. His hair was combed to the side. His white-colored shirt flared up the lapels of his black suit. Even fully clothed, Janet could see his perfect muscle definition. She kept her composure better than Xander did, but that didn't mean much, because for Xander, it wasn't very easy. Xander's nerves were a mess. He tried to keep his focus as well. She wore white high heels that met her stockings. Her dress flared out and was blue with white polka dots. The ribbon around her waist gave way to 3 buttons that ran up the middle of her chest. The white bow in her hair and the blue polka dots that matched the dress. What drove Xander most wild was the way Janet sipped her straw with her red apple lipstick. They were quiet after they ordered their food, looking around and smiling and looking down at one another. "How's everything with Mickey?" she asked for a little bit of small talk. "Good," he said while fidgeting his hands and feet in a nervous manner. "Well, how's the professor?" he asked. She smiled. "He's doing well. He wants to work closely with you." "Excuse me," Xander interrupted as he called for the waiter. "Oi, monsieur?" asked the waiter as he approached the table. Xander nervously spouted, "Can I have a beer? Can we have a couple beers, please?" The waiter looked insulted as he put his nose up in the air and responded, "Excusez-moi, monsieur, we do not serve beer here. Perhaps try one at the local pub watering hole?" Xander was embarrassed, both by asking for the beer and the way he was talked down by the waiter. "Now, if there's anything else I can get to you that's not found by a homeless man in his hands, then let me know," the waiter added as he straightened his bow tie and began to snobbishly walk away. "Wait," called out Janet as she stopped the waiter. "There is one thing." The waiter stopped and asked, asked. Yes, madame? Janet looked at Xander with a smirk and said, Cabernet. The waiter looked relieved. Right away, madame. The two of them drank their wine, and soon the conversations began to have no ending. They laughed and giggled even at the tiniest things. There seemed to be no end to the fun as well. Because they had drank so much wine, Janet made sure to get a cab to drive them home. As they entered the car, the cab driver knew who Xander was from the newspapers. He offered to drive them for free as long as Xander signed the newspaper for the driver. I'll tell them all, the driver said. The jungle man chooses this cab every time. As they approached Mickey's house, they were laughing in conversation with the driver. Janet was snuggled up under Xander's arm as they stopped. What now? Asked Janet. I don't know, said Xander. Janet stretched and then landed back into Xander's arms and said, I'm a little tired. Perhaps I'll go home? Xander was nervous because he really had no idea what to do in a position like this. Xander, confused, said, Well, if you're tired, then maybe you should go home? Janet looked as disappointed as the cab driver, who was shaking his head in embarrassment and snickering with laughter in the front. Okay, Jungle Boy, I'll walk you to the door, said Janet as she exited the car. The cab driver turned around and grabbed Xander's arm as he tried to get out of the vehicle. Hey, kid. Yo, I know you're new at this, but let me help you out. She wants to be invited in. Xander, looking confused, and asked, Are you sure? The driver looked at him in the eyes and said, Hey, man, this is what I do for a living. Of course I'm sure. Now go ask her if she wants a cup of tea. Xander exited the cab, and just before he walked up to meet Janet at the door, he turned around and asked the cab driver one more time, Are you sure? The cab driver just pointed at him, gave him a thumbs up, and sped away. Xander turned around and looked at Janet as she asked with a smile, Well, he's leaving. Where's he off to? He looked back and smiled and nervously asked, Would you like to come inside for a cup of tea? Chapter 19. For weeks, Xander and Janet were completely inseparable. They spent every waking moment together. Mickey rarely stayed the night at home anymore without being completely drunk because he said all the ruckus at home was too much. Oh man, when they ain't shaking the walls, they're just taking a break. I wouldn't be surprised if they starved to death in that room, Mickey said to Professor Quinn on one of his visits to see Xander. Professor Quinn came to visit often because he wanted to get started writing a book on Xander's life story so that he could put it on the market. He would say, Your story is a fascinating one. It should go straight to #1. But first, he had to get them out of the room and to get them to stop kissing. After a few months went by, the professor became very agitated that he couldn't even get a word in while Janet was around. His continuous nagging became humorous to the two lovebirds, and it never even really seemed to bother them much. After all, they had each other, and that's all they needed. But one day, the professor stopped trying to force the issue of the book. He even stopped visiting completely. As relieved as they were, they did begin to become concerned about his whereabouts. One day after work, Janet decided to pay the professor a visit at his home in the country. As she arrived, she could see the professor and Mickey having tea on the front porch. Janet greeted both of them with an embrace and joined them for tea. How's the love story going, my dear? Asked the professor. Quite lovely, I assure you, Professor Quinn, answered Janet. Go, my dear. There's nothing like young love, they continued. And I waited for you for so long that I almost gave up on you. Any talk of the statue? Asked Professor Quinn. Janet was insulted by the question. What do you mean, Professor? You heard what Xander said. It's gone. There is no statue anymore. Mickey interrupted. If I may, Princess, I happen to know he's lying about that part of the story. Let's call it a factual hunch. Janet was getting more upset by the second and decided to excuse herself abruptly. She was almost to the car when Mickey called out as he chased behind her. Have you asked him yourself? I bet you haven't. He wouldn't lie to you. Janet stopped for a second, facing away from Mickey. She was silent, but deep in thought. Mickey approached her from behind and said, Just think about it for a second. He trusts you. He will tell you. Just ask. Come back and tell me that I'm wrong.
Janet jumped into her car and looked at him sternly and said, "You're wrong." Just before driving off in the distance, the professor walked up behind Mickey, who was standing still behind the car as Janet disappeared. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Mickey, you better be right, and then she'll be back." "Oh, she'll be back," Mickey replied, looking at the professor as they returned to the porch for another round of tea. That night, Xander and Janet lay in bed. She became restless at the information Mickey had planted in her head. She had to know if he was telling the truth. As she thought about it, she never thought to ask Xander about the statue since they'd been together. They've been so caught up in falling in love that she forgot about the jungle altogether. There was so many thoughts playing around her head. On one hand, she wanted to come out and ask about the statue, but on the other, she didn't want his life to be put in danger again. That was the most impending thought she had that suppressed her. For if it was her and the professor who found the statue, they would be rich beyond their dreams. They would also be famous for finding the artifact. The next morning, as they ate breakfast, Janet stayed silent. "Is everything okay, my dear? Is it the food?" "I mean, we could eat something else if you like," Xander said while trying to comfort her. "No, my love, the food is fine. I just had a lot on my mind, that's all," replied Janet as she tried to think of a way to ask about the statue. "Anything I could do that help?" he asked. Janet looked down and said, "No, I'm fine." Xander was still very inexperienced when it came to dealing with the antics of women. When she said that she was fine, he left her alone, not knowing that the phrase "I'm fine" in the women's words meant "I'm not okay, and we need to talk." But being inexperienced, he just sat there quietly. Janet just had to know, and finally mustered the courage to ask him, "Would you ever lie to me, Xander?" He looked at her with a smile and reassured her, "I have nothing to hide from you." He reached out and held her hand. "Then I have a question for you." And he smiled. "Anything, my love." Janet could feel herself losing her nerves as she asked, Do you know where she fumbled her words until it finally came out. "Do you know where the Golden Ape is located?" Xander's pupils dilated. His heart sank as those words poured off Janet's lips. The pit in his stomach churned as he let go of her hand, and he stood up from the chair and yelled, "So this was a trick! You get me to fall in love with you and then find out where the statue is and take it!" Xander screamed as he threw the chair he was sitting in seconds ago at Mickey's dining room window. Janet tried to stop him by yelling, "No, I love you. I'll never ask you again. Please calm down. You're scaring me, Xander." He ripped Mickey's front door completely off the hinges as he opened it and stormed out. He looked back in a fury she had never seen in his eyes and left her with, "You mention that statue again and I'll kill you myself," before disappearing into the park across the street. Janet was still shaken up but managed to drive back to the professor's house. As she arrived, it was like as if she had never left. The professor and Mickey were sitting in the same spot when she pulled up for the first time. They were seated drinking tea with a third empty chair. "How'd it go?" "Well, that didn't take long at all," Mickey said as he offered the chair and the professor poured her a cup of tea. "You were waiting for me?" "Of course. You're not the only anthropologist around here," said Mickey. "Yes, we all have an interest in the statue that is at an academic level," added the professor. "You may be the only hope for finding such a treasure." "Did he admit that he knows where the statue is?" asked Mickey. "Not really, but his reaction to the question gave it away. Normally an innocent person would have just said no. But by the way, Mickey, you're going to need a new door, a new window installed. He kind of thrashed the house," said Janet. Mickey laughed. "It went that good, eh?" "Well, that's what I was hoping for." Janet sipped her tea and thought before asking aloud, "What in heaven's name would you be hoping for something like that to happen?" Mickey replied, "He's a man. Right now he's sitting in the wreckage of the door and the window. Right now he's probably trying to fix it while waiting for you to come back so he can apologize." Janet was confused by this illustration. "How do you know these things? He might not come back at all." The professor laughed. "I know them as well. So well, in fact, that I called it when he came back to you in the jungle, eh? You only think he won't come back because when a man leaves an argument, even he thinks he won't be back. But we always come back, usually on our knees. And the fact that
You thought we weren't going to come back is why you forgive us so quickly. It's not our fault, it's just our nature. Janet finished her tea and began the journey back to Mickey's house in the city. As she pulled up, just as the men said, Xander was sitting on the front of the house sulking. The door was poorly fixed, with a piece of wood over a broken window. Janet sat down next to him and apologized. She hugged him and felt very sweet and sour as he repeated, "I love you. I know where it is. I know where the statue is." Janet embraced him to ensure, "It's okay, I love you too. You don't have to talk about it." After a few moments of their embrace, Xander looked at her and said, "I'll take you there. We can get it together. We can take the professor too. We'll bring it back and we'll put it in the museum." Janet smiled and asked, "Well, what about Mickey?" Xander grabbed her close. "Mickey can't know about this. He's under the curse." Janet scoffed. "That silly old curse, it's just a myth." Xander very seriously looked at her when he told Janet, "The curse is real." "Aren't you a bit old to be believing in curses?" asked Janet. "I'm telling you that this one is real," Xander explained. "It's less of a curse and more of an attraction. It's really bad in the presence of the statue, but from afar, not so much. The first time I felt it is when you mentioned it this morning." Janet wasn't particularly a superstitious person, but for Xander's sake, she played along. She drove to the professor's house to talk to the men about the arrangements for obtaining the trophy. "He really believes in the curse, eh?" asked Mickey as he laughed. "Well, you guys go and get it then. Just cut me in on some of that prize money. I did kind of come up with a plan." Xander made his conditions clear as they planned a trip back to Africa. He would be the guide and get the statue and get it the hell out of Africa without being noticed, which was not going to be easy. Xander packed his bag in his suitcase and he tried to leave the middle of the night so that Mickey wouldn't see him or ask any questions. As Xander began walking to the door, he heard the cracking of a beer opening. "Going on a trip, eh, mate?" asked Mickey, who was sitting in the dark drinking a beer. Yeah, Mickey, gotta travel for some interviews and press conferences," asked Xander nervously. Mickey took a sip of his beer and patted him on the back. "Well, go ahead, mate. Have fun. It's a shame that you packed everything up. You didn't leave nothing here. You plan on coming back to your old mate Mickey ever again?" Xander gave Mickey a hug and whispered, "Goodbye, Mickey." Just as he reached for the door, he opened it and Mickey remarked, "Gotta protect some things, Xander, even from the world." Xander's hands began to sweat as he closed Mickey's door and made for the car that Janet had running outside. Xander got into the car and was still a bit shaken up by Mickey's final statement. Janet grabbed Xander's hand and asked, "Are you okay? You look like you just saw a ghost, Xander." He shook it off for a moment. "I'll be fine. Let's get this done." Chapter 20. From England, the plane ride took almost the entire night to get to the Congo. It was another day and a half before the three of them could arrive at the village where the hike into the jungle could begin. 3 more days into the jungle would lead them to the crash site. As they arrived to the crash site, there were 2 tents already set up. A man emerged from one of the tents. "Hello, Mr. Boga," said the professor. Mr. Boga put his hand over the professor's mouth. "Shh, this way." Mr. Boga took them to the outskirts of the jungle where they could talk. He turned around and looked at Xander. "Is that him?" he asked in a thick African accent. "Is that the white ape?" Xander nodded. "Get him out of here. You're going to ruin my business. I make a lot of money off your tail. Sometimes people come here just looking for him, not just the..." "Wait a minute." Mr. Boga looked closely at the 3 of them and laughed. "The only reason why you would come back is because he knows where the ape is." The professor interrupted. "That's not why we're here at all." Mr. Boga smiled in disbelief. The professor continued, "This kid lived here his whole life. He wants to come see his family. Is that a crime?" Mr. Boga looked at him, still skeptical, but couldn't take a chance of ruining his business. "Okay, you guys stay away from the crash site on your way back. This is my living out here." The group began marching through the thickness of the jungle to stay off the trail for Mr. Boga. As they were hiking, Xander stopped. He looked at her sadly and said, "I do want to see my family, but we will do that after we get the statue." Janet understood. However, the professor looked irritated by the situation but said nothing. The 3 of them approached the pond where there was the waterfall. Xander asked for 2 duffel bags and jumped into the water with them. He swam behind the waterfall into the cave that sheltered him for so many years. To Xander, this was not only home, but it was the only place he could remember. He took his time inside the cave, one last look, knowing that he would never be back here again. Xander grabbed what mattered to him most and packed it up. He took the statue and made a blindfold. He began to put on the blindfold and he stopped to admire the statue for a moment. It really is a thing of beauty. Xander snapped out of it when he heard someone talking from above where the professor and Janet were. Xander went up the crack to the top where he could hear the voices more clearly. It was Mr. Boga. "Where is Mr. Terror, Xander?" "Getting the golden ape? Are you mad?" the professor answered. "He wants to see his family, but not us. They'll tear us to pieces." "They're animals, Mr. Boga, not people. Xander told us to wait right here because it could be dangerous." Mr. Boga again had that look of skepticism, but returned to the jungle to protect his investments. "Whew, that was close," said Janet. "We have to assume that he's following us from now on," said the professor. "I agree, but not through that way," said Xander as he pointed toward the gorilla country. "Xander will never make it," said the professor. "The animals will tear us to pieces," added Janet. Xander smiled and threw the big bag with the statue to the professor and said confidently, "My family will protect us." They left the waterfall pond and started into gorilla territory. As they walked, they could hear hooting and hollering, all the birds screeching of the jungle, and especially the hooting of the gorillas. Xander began to hoot back. Within minutes, gorillas began emerging from the jungle and surrounding the 3 of them. One of the gorillas charged Xander, but Xander charged back. The 2 of them sprinted full speed at each other and collided. Janet and the professor were horrified at first, but as soon as Xander and the gorilla began to wrestle, they could see that it was a jovial affair. It was like they were brothers. It was Liab, the new alpha male of the band. When Tira and Oma went to see Xander, Janet and the professor could see that they were very old and very fragile. There were 7 baby gorillas that all ran around and tackled Xander in their attempt to play. After a few hours, Xander told them, "My family will guide us back to the waterhole. We can swim across there." The professor looked at the band. "How do you know that?" he asked. Xander smiled. "Because I asked him to, and he agreed." Janet was astonished as she asked, "So they do have a language?" Xander tried to explain that it wasn't quite a language, that it was more of a flow, like the flow of the jungle, the flow of everything and how it should be. He told them he could see why it was hard for them to understand after going to the city and seeing how they lived. Xander explained, "Man runs on time and money. He goes places he doesn't want to go, to see people he doesn't like, for paper that's not even real. He does this so that he can live in a box that is controlled by someone else who doesn't care about the person as much as the paper he receives from them. This causes man to feel a little bit belittled, and in man's culture, if he is belittled, he is weak and gives in. He gives in to whatever those above him want because they want that paper, and those above him have it. This would cause him to feel depressed, like Mickey, a man who would drink himself to death while trying to numb the pain of an empty life. Here in the jungle, there is a flow. Those that don't keep up with the flow usually die. He that sets the pace does the manner in which they only take what is needed, nothing more, nothing less. The jungle has a way of testing and healing. It will heal a broken mind with its testing. It will test for a hierarchy among the animals. Those that don't make it become nothing. Those that do become what you see every day in the jungle. It's a flow that speaks better than words. It's a flow that keeps the band of gorillas bonded. Man can do this, but he doesn't want to, or he doesn't want to remember how. Man just wants it now, and he wants it cheap. The professor, the intellectual he is, tried to understand, but it was for this very same reason that he would never see it. It was his intellectual programming that would be a blockade in fully understanding just what the flow of the jungle truly was. "Let's keep moving," said Xander as they began walking with the band into the thickness of the jungle. It was a treacherous 2-day hike to the watering hole. On their way, they saw many animals. There were several bands of gorillas that would grunt and bump their chests at the humans, but Liab and Tyr were there to protect them. Xander's band was by far the largest in the area. This made Janet and the professor feel very safe. As they were traveling on the second day, they heard gunfire several times in guerrilla territory. Xander looked in the direction with anger. Poachers. They kill guerrillas for fun. They were near the watering hole and the band stopped. Xander turned around and said, "This is as far as we need them to guide us. They're turning back. The watering hole is only around the corner." Xander hugged the entire band goodbye, one by one. The last one he hugged was Tyr. Xander knew that no matter what happened, this might be the last time that he saw him. He was very old and looked like he might be on the journey out of the place to where the elder gorillas go and never come back. As he hugged Tyr, he hooted very loudly, stood up and began beating his chest. He pushed Xander aside, and the entire band began screaming and staring into the jungle. Mr. Boga jumped out of the bushes with a rifle. "Give me that statue! Nobody gets hurt," he said while he's pointing the rifle at Tyr. Xander backed Tyr off and grabbed his duffel bag. He handed it to Mr. Boga. Just then, another person emerged from the jungle. "Jesus, mate, you know how many gorillas we had to kill to make it this far?" It was Mickey. He pointed his rifle at Janet while talking to her. "I knew you could do it, love." Janet was disgusted. "That wasn't the poachers' gunfire we heard. It was you trying to follow us." Mickey smiled, throwing a rope to the professor. "You're very observant. Now take this, Professor, and tie them to the tree." Just then, Tyr began charging Mickey. As he ran, a gunshot rang out. Tyr was shot in the head by Mr. Boga and fell dead. Xander screamed at the top of his lungs. "No!" He charged Mr. Boga and with one blow to the face folded Mr. Boga's face inwardly. Xander didn't stop beating Boga until there was nothing left. The gunfire scared off the rest of the gorillas and they retreated back into the jungle. Xander walked over to Tyr's body and lay his head on his chest, screaming in sorrow. "Enough of that, Xander. Unless you want to join him," Mickey said as he stood up top and dusted his hat off. The professor grabbed the duffel bag and told Mickey, "That wasn't so hard. Hey, Mickey, you have the wrong bag. This is the one with the statue." Janet looked at the professor in confusion. "Professor? Are you in on this?" The professor looked down in shame. "Yes, I am the one who left the breadcrumb trail through the jungle for Mickey to follow. But this statue shouldn't be in a museum. You know how much money I can get on the table for this? $15 million. I can't pass up half of that. Can't split it 4 ways either, so I guess I'll settle for half. Take their money and their passports so that they can't follow us back to where we're going," said Mickey. "I like you, Xander. I really do. The whole thing about man being hypnotized by money is a very real thing. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak on this one," explained the professor as he took their passports and wallets. Mickey pulled the statue out of the bag and gazed upon it like it was a woman he had been craving for years. The look he had in his eyes said satisfaction. Mickey lifted the blindfold for a moment to look in the eyes. "You okay, Mickey?" asked the professor. "You're looking a little sick all of a sudden. Let's get you out of here and get the money." The 2 men swam across the watering hole and disappeared into the jungle. "I can't believe they left us here to die," cried Janet. Xander sat calmly as he said, "I should have seen this coming. The curse is strong on Mickey's addictive personality. I think I did see it coming, I just didn't want to believe it." "Oh, Xander, that curse isn't true. They just want the money, those greedy bastards," said Janet. Xander was trying unsuccessfully to maneuver his way through the ropes. Either way, they did just leave us here to die. While tied up to the tree, Xander was forced to look at Tyr's dead body, lying directly in front of him. He couldn't help but think about all the time it took to get Tyr to accept him into the band of gorillas. And once accepted, Tyr showed him nothing but love his whole life. Xander and Janet were abandoned by the very people they had trusted, betrayed by the people who they loved, all for the hypnosis of money, or perhaps for the curse of the statue. Chapter 21. It had been hours since they were tied to the tree, and it was beginning to get dark. The 2 of them struggled to free themselves from the ropes, but they could not get them loose. Almost all hope was abandoned. Xander had fallen asleep in the middle of the night, but was woken up to Janet's crying. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was staring face to face with a wild dog. There were 7 of them surrounding the tree. "Be very still," whispered Xander. A pack of dogs didn't seem that aggressive toward the 2 of them. They were just curious. After a few moments, Xander could see why the dogs hadn't torn them apart yet. The dogs were there for the scent of death, of Mr. Boga and Tyr's body. Xander could hardly control his screaming as he watched the dogs eat most of the gorilla's body in less than a night. By the morning, all that remained was a few unidentifiable pieces of flesh that the birds pecked on. "They were eaten in one sitting?" asked Janet as she realized the fate that she might be getting into if she wasn't free soon. As the day inched along, minute by minute, they could feel themselves dehydrating. The edge of the water was only feet from them, but they could not get to it to drink. The day began to give way to a beautiful sunset. The dogs waited in the distance in the darkness. Janet and Xander knew that they wouldn't last long in the night in the jungle. The smell of death was in the air, and every scavenger and carnivore and every animal within miles was zeroing in on the area for an easy meal. Janet watched the last of the sun drift over the horizon. "Xander, whatever happens tonight, just know that I truly love you, with all my heart." Xander's eyes were full of anger until he heard Janet's words. He began to think about the situation much different after her comments. "I love you too, and we aren't dying out here tonight." Xander then realized that it was not just him that would be torn limb from limb in the jungle, that Janet too would be suffering a horrible death. He wasn't going to let that happen. During his struggle, he stopped and remembered one small object of hope. The Jaguar Claw still hung around his neck. He lifted it up and chewed through the string holding it. It was nearly dark, and they could hear the animals moving in closer. Xander dropped the claw to his hand and began sawing away at it. He moved as fast as he could to claw away every single vine. The pack of dogs was just feet away from them as he struggled free before he became a meal. One of the dogs bit Xander on his leg. He kicked it off and started cutting faster. He was nearly through the ropes when one of the dogs locked jaws right onto Janet's shoulder, narrowly missing her neck. Another dog charged Janet and wrapped his jaws around her neck. Just before the clinch of the teeth, he was ripped away by Xander, who was now free from the ropes. Xander fought to protect Janet as she was tied to the tree. He grabbed the dog that was latched onto her shoulder and opened the jaws so quickly with such force that it broke the animal's skull wide open. Xander fought the entire pack but he was completely outnumbered. He had a dog on each arm, a dog on each leg, one on his hand. Xander fell to the ground with almost no strength, and he was about to give up. And just when he thought there was no more hope, out of nowhere were 2 gunshots, then 2 more, and 2 more again, till what was left of the pack disappeared into the darkness of the night. Xander opened his eyes to see a lantern walking toward them. "Are you still alive?" cried the voice. "Yes," answered Xander. Xander tried to gather himself. The light was coming closer, and the man holding it threw a canteen and a handful of bananas at their feet. "Any longer and you guys would have been dog food," said the man that set the light to his face. It was the professor. "This is all your fault," screamed Janet. The professor interrupted. "He was going to do it already. The only way I could protect you was to pretend to be on his side, and it worked, too. He thinks I'm heading back to London to wait for him as he sells the statue in Cape Town. The only way for us to have a chance was to do this. But I did it to protect you, not to harm you." Xander walked into the jungle and grabbed a few of the healing flowers to bandage Janet's wounds up. As he began to work on himself, the professor assisted. It was silent for a few moments as Xander still wasn't sure if he could trust the professor. As he bandaged up his legs, the professor could see it in Xander's eyes, but he just smirked and said, "Let's not worry about what happened yesterday, Xander. It was an act. Besides, I have a plan that's going to take all 3 of us to pull off." Janet looked at Xander. He nodded his head and asked, "What's the plan?" The professor had already purchased tickets for a train bound to Cape Town. They marched all night and caught the train in the morning. There they slept for 10 hours straight on an 18-hour train ride to the southern tip of Africa, to a small town of Cape Town. While on the way, Professor Quinn told them what had happened. "You see, I was trying to help Mickey sober up and get him away from you 2 lovebirds by having him sleep at my house. The first couple of times we talked about the statue, he would begin to get nefarious and the crazy look in his eyes. It was blatantly obvious he'd do anything to get it. Mickey told me of the business partner that he had acquired some years back. This man told him that if he could find the statue, that he would pay him handsomely for it. Mickey was convinced that Xander knew where it was, but he also knew that if Janet asked him after a couple of lovely nights, that the truth would be told. Mickey played on your emotions, but I played on his. We came up with a plan to get you here to Africa, to get the statue for money. But what showed in the deep selfishness of Mickey were his plans to keep the money for the statue. In South Africa, Mickey is meeting his business partner, who I believe is an antique dealer in South Africa. They are meeting at a dock on a boat in slip C18 at midnight tomorrow night to do the trade. The problem is that Mickey is going to switch out the case with the statue for a case of lead. Mickey is trying to keep both the statue and the money. So we wait for the men to leave the boat, and we'll sneak on Mickey's boat and persuade him to make him give us the money and the statue, after he does all the work, of course. I believe that's what he gets for trying to double-cross everyone. And by this plan, the statue will be in the rightful place in the museum, and we'll be rich from the money in the case, and the reward for the money will be the statue. And by this plan, the statue will be in its rightful place in the museum, and we'll be rich from the money in the case. As a reward for giving them the statue, we'll keep the money, of course. We'll split the money 3 ways and forget it ever happened. That's not a bad plan, Professor, but what about Mickey? He'll circle the earth looking for both of us and the statue. He's cursed. He'll never stop, said Xander. The professor laughed at Xander. There is no curse, Xander. It's all about the money. Like you explained, we're hypnotized by its effect. Xander looked outside as he said, you wouldn't understand. The train ran through the night to Cape Town, where the professor rented a hotel by the docks. They waited for the next day, for midnight, when they could steal the money and the statue from the man who planned on stealing it from everybody. Chapter 22. Around 10:30 p.m., Xander, Janet, and Professor Quinn began taking turns watching the harbor. They kept their gaze on slip C18, where there was a small houseboat docked. It was 20 feet long, with living quarters and a top deck that was open to a second story. The plan was to wait for Mickey to get on the boat and sneak on without being seen. They would wait for the deal to be done, and when the men left Mickey alone, the 3 of them would ambush. They planned to tie Mickey up on the hull of the boat and leave him. This would give the 3 of them time to escape Africa before Mickey was discovered. At 11 p.m., they saw a man walking towards the docks with 2 briefcases. He had a hat and a suit on, which made it look hard to tell if it was Mickey or someone else in disguise. The man stopped before getting on the boat. He took a look around to see if he was being followed. The man took a flask out of his coat and took a long drink from it before continuing to slip C18. Yep, that's Mickey. I'm sure of it. Nobody else drinks like that, and nobody else should be out here this late, said the professor. Janet looked around outside. There's nobody else here, and that's the right boat. I think that's him too. Xander grabbed his own disguise, put on the clothes that they planned on wearing, and began to change. The 3 of them put on black shoes, pants, and sweatshirts. They were going to need to blend in with the night if they planned to succeed. Each had black ski masks that covered their faces. They did not want to be identified if they had to get away quickly. It was 11:30 at the time the trade was supposed to close. The 3 of them snuck quietly onto the docks as they could manage. After watching Mickey smoke a cigarette on the deck of the boat, he turned and went under for a moment. Now's our chance, said Xander. They took off running. Halfway to the boat, they could see the door at the bottom of the boat open back up. They sprinted to make it past the boat before Mickey made his way back where they could see them. Xander made it to the other side of the boat, followed by the professor. They both jumped on the opposite side of Mickey, who was standing on the deck of the rear. Xander and the professor climbed up to the nose of the boat. They reached back to help Janet climb up, but she wasn't there. Xander pointed at Mickey, who was visibly curious about the sounds of running footsteps. He leaned over the side of the boat to take a look at the dock. Janet was sitting up against the side of the boat. He looked one way and then the other, but never looked down. He took a swig of his flask and began to whistle as he walked down below again. Janet finally exhaled in relief. That was close. Janet had tripped on the run over. She sat directly under Mickey's nose as he looked at the dock. If he had bothered to look down, she knew that he would have discovered her. She inched along the side of the dock, eventually making it to the front with Xander and the professor, where they were waiting. Xander lifted Janet onto the front of the boat, and they climbed to the upper deck, where they could see below a window and a hatch. As Mickey returned to the deck, the professor pulled out a pistol. He whispered, "Just in case," as he cocked the gun. Mickey headed swiftly toward the hatch as if he heard the gun being chambered. Mickey inched toward the hatch. As he climbed the ladder and grabbed the handle, he opened it. He peeked his head up for a quick second, but there was a loud knock on the boat. He closed the hatch, never looking in the direction of the ambush waiting for him above. The knock was from Mickey's mysterious business partner, who just arrived to make the deal. The professor told Xander that the man was a so-called art dealer. Xander took a look at the man and began to feel sick. Janet watched as he backed away from the hatch and the window and turned pale. "Xander, are you okay? You look like you saw a ghost again." He was a tall black man with a brown suit with a briefcase that was handcuffed to his wrist. He took his hat off to reveal his face. He saw his eye patch. The man Mickey was dealing with was Mr. Bandabo, the Bantu warrior from the jungle. Banda was very old, but in no way was he brittle. Even in his old age, he looked fierce. He was covered in scars from many battles over his years as a Bantu warrior. His eyes told the story of a man who never met peace. Although his suit said businessman, the way he carried himself said warrior. Xander was shocked beyond words to see Banda alive after all these years. What wasn't shocking to him, however, is that he was still in pursuit of the statue. Banda not only believed the curse, but also lived by its embrace. As Xander leaned forward, he could hear the two men talking downstairs. "Nice night to cure a curse with money, eh, mate?" asked Mickey. Banda smirked and lifted his shirt, revealing a pistol. "You know, Mickey, I can cure that curse if you really want me to." Mickey grabbed a suitcase from behind the deck of the bar, placed handcuffs on the handle, connecting it to his wrists. He smiled and answered, "No thanks, mate. I'd rather just replace my emptiness with cash." Mickey put the case on the bar and opened it towards Banda. His eyes instantly transformed from tortured to peaceful as he laid his eyes upon the statue. Banda reached out to touch it. As he came inches away, Mickey slammed the case shut and put it back behind the bar. "Why did you do that?" Mr. Banda said in anger. Mickey smiled and rubbed his fingers together in a gesture for money. "Oh, I have it right here. Now give me the statue," Banda said as he slammed down the case of money that he had handcuffed to his arm onto the bar and then opened. The case was full of American $100 bills. Mickey looked at the money like a mother seeing an infant for the first time. As Mickey was blocked from Banda's view by the open briefcase, he made a switch with the handcuffs to a similar-looking case containing nothing but lead. The weight, type, color of the cases were all identical. As he made the switch, the two were flawless. Banda closed the case containing the money. Mickey placed the case that was now cuffed to his hand onto the bar. Banda unlocked his handcuffs from the money case and locked them onto the case that Mickey had connected to him. As Mickey unlocked his handcuffs, he grabbed the case with the money. Banda grabbed his hand and clenched the briefcase with the money. "Now, Mickey, we are both cursed by this statue, whether you'd like to admit it or not. You brought it home to me. For this, I thank you. But if I ever see you again after this day, I will cure you of that curse in a way that only I know how. Do you understand?" Mickey began to feel nervous, knowing that he would keep both the money and the statue. He kept his composure the best he could as he ripped his hands from Banda's grip. "Sure thing, mate. Now goodbye forever." Banda got up and walked off the boat and down the dock and into the darkness. Mickey started the engine and prepared for departure. Mickey stepped onto the dock to remove the bumpers and untie the cleats. As he did, Xander opened the hatch and climbed down to the first deck. He grabbed the case with the money and handed it up to the professor. Xander then reached behind the bar and grabbed the case with the statue. As Xander began to pull the case to the top of the hatch, a bullet ricocheted next to his face. He turned to see Banda sprinting up the dock. Xander saw Mickey running back to the boat deck, so he jumped with the case below the hole. Mickey ran to the controls and pushed for full throttle. He pulled out a pistol and started shooting Banda, who was running next to the boat trying to catch up. Banda was hit by 3 bullets and never slowed down as he jumped and grabbed the side of the boat just as the dock ran out. Banda was barely hanging over the side with the water rushing by. As they hit the open water, Mickey kept full speed ahead into the open ocean as he reloaded his gun. He walked to the back of the boat where Banda was trying to climb over the side and safely onto the deck. Mickey pointed his pistol at Banda's face and said, "Sorry, mate. Looks like you don't have a ticket for this ride." Xander was inching his way from the hole to see what was going on, and just as Mickey cocked the pistol to shoot Banda, Xander yelled, "No! Stop!" Mickey turned to see Xander standing there with the suitcase. He looked at him. His blood ran cold. Then he looked at Banda and shouted, "Don't either of you ever die!" Mickey returned the pistol on Xander as he commanded, "Bring the case here, boy. Easy now." Xander walked slowly towards Mickey and set the case on Mickey's feet. He then motioned to the handcuffs connected to the handle. "Lock it to my wrist. Xander, handcuff the briefcase to me." Xander handcuffed the briefcase to Mickey. By this time, Banda had climbed back into the boat. He was very weak from the 3 gunshot wounds, but managed to get to his feet. Mickey changed the direction of his pistol gun frequently, first to Xander, whose hands were up, but then to Banda, who could barely stay on his feet. Mickey, still pointing his pistol, said, "Isn't this a sight to see? The only 3 people cursed by a piece of gold all in one spot. I'll have to enjoy the upper hand here." Xander tried to rationalize with Mickey. "The only curse is your greed, Mickey. For Banda, it's sacred because it's his religion. For you, it's money because there's never enough. The statue is just a piece of gold, and the money is just a piece of paper. If you believe in the curse so much, then why'd you let it consume you all the way to your death? Just know that my parents died for money. Banda here is bleeding too to death for his religion, and you're holding a gun to my head because of your greed. Let it go. The statue only brings death, so take the money and let it go." "You think a little pep talk is gonna stop me from getting what I want, do ya?" Mickey asked as he pointed the pistol at Xander. "No, but I think this will," the professor said as he emerged from the top of the deck with his pistol and shot Mickey twice in the chest. Xander dove behind the bar, and Mickey opened fire, shooting both the professor and Xander's directions. All of a sudden, Banda let out a Bantu battle cry, "Oh!" as he tackled Mickey overboard and into the water. Banda never let go of Mickey as they sank into the abyss of the ocean, both men still handcuffed to their heavy briefcases, pulling them straight to the bottom. The professor and Janet rushed over to meet Xander, who was still looking behind the boat in sadness. "It didn't have to end like this," said Xander as Janet and the professor embraced him. The professor reassured him, Perhaps it did, Xander. But let's see if we can get back in one piece and out of Africa before we have to explain this," said the professor as he held up the remaining briefcase with $15 million in it.
Chapter 23.
Xander stared out the window of his library at the ocean in his newly purchased estate. The mansion was a very spacious house right on the beach in upstate New York. Xander and Janet had just returned from their honeymoon in the Caribbean. The 2 of them were due to meet the professor later that day at his book signing in the city. Janet came rushing in with a newspaper. "They were found, Xander," she cried. "Who?" asked Xander. "Mickey and Banda. Their bodies washed up on shore a week ago." Xander grabbed the newspaper and began to read. He finished reading the article and smiled. "Well, they say they have no leads. The case will remain open, but Africa has so much crime that leading to arrest is close to impossible." Janet looked at Xander and said, "Look where the story continues on page 6. She grabbed the paper and began to read aloud. The 2 men found had been shot and handcuffed to 2 briefcases. One briefcase contained a large piece of lead. The other was packed tight full of silverware. Both men seemed to have been shot and dumped over at sea with weights to sink them. Janet looked at Xander and said, "They never mentioned the statue. Don't you find that a bit odd?" Xander smiled as he said, "Not in the least bit, my dear. You see, whoever found those bodies probably opened the cases, And if I found the statue as a dock worker, I wouldn't give it to the police. I'd sell it to an antique dealer. Most of the world's most sacred things are lost to antique dealers. Without spending something like $15 million on it, we'd probably never even see it again. Janet looked relieved as she calmed herself down. To be honest, Xander, I wanted to see your face when you read that. I know now that the curse truly was a myth. Xander smiled. That's what I've been trying to tell Mickey. That's what I've been trying to tell Banda. That's what I wanted to tell everybody, and that's exactly what I've been trying to tell you. It's all in their head. Now, my dear, we're leaving soon to go visit Professor Quinn in the city. I suggest you start getting ready. As Janet left the room, Xander walked to the back of his library and moved a painting, revealing a safe. He began entering the combination as he thought back to the night where he took the case of the statue below the hull of the boat and filled it up with a bunch of heavy metal that he could find, mostly silverware and some miscellaneous metal objects. He removed the statue from the briefcase. Xander's face lit up with satisfaction as he opened the safe door. The gold was polished, and the diamond on the scepter had never been cleaner as Xander gazed into the eyes of the statue and said, I told you that I would protect you from the world.
And that's the end of my story. I thank you all for listening. Make sure you like and subscribe. And if you want to help support me in my writing endeavors, you can always Google Curse of the Golden Ape and go to lulu.com. That's Curse of the Golden Ape, Lulu, and get yourself a copy today. See you guys on the next story. Thank you very much.